Hello. It says that I'm going live, so hopefully you guys can hear me now. Today is something special. So if you guys are, used to the channel, this is going to be a absolute beginner's guide with no DLC for, first-time players of the game. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Pigeon. I have a Hearts of Iron 4 tutorial channel, which you are watching right now. I usually make much smaller, shorter videos that are scripted and will specifically talk about one or two stats or components of the game. If you're in chat right now, I'm not going to be super responsive because this is meant to be more or less a recording. But yeah, welcome everyone. I will acknowledge you right now here. How's it going, Key Press? How's it going, Legion? Terry, the new designer system, that's great. Today is a no DLC run. New designer. So there isn't a new designer either for the, unless you're talking about the MIOs. But yes, I know it seems like kind of a weird one to do just before the DLC comes out. But I wanted to show you guys an up-to-date version of this. Yes. So this will be an absolutely no DLC playthrough. I may cut out certain sections if I take a break or that. But yeah, so I'm going to do a Germany playthrough today. AI will be not a problem for me, but before we get into the Germany playthrough, I would like to show off how to organize the Navy and sort of how this kind of works a little bit. I'll talk a little bit maybe about my qualifications. I've been playing Hearts of Iron 4 for quite a few years now. 4 or 5? I have thousands of hours. Like, I think I'm nearly at 5K hours. Again, I have a tutorial channel, so I do investigate the game. I look through the systems, and so you're pretty well getting an expert's opinion here, an expert's thought process through the playthrough. And I will walk through every component of the game. I'm gonna show Navy first here with UK, and then we'll switch back to Germany. Only because as Germany, I'm not gonna build I'm not gonna build much of a Navy, so usually this component is something that's ignored by most new players. They just don't really understand it. So to start off, we've started a game as the UK, and I've switched over to the strategic map mode for Navy, which switches my theater to the Navy stuff. When I click a fleet here, all of these are task force. I'm going to merge everything up so that we have it in one little big batch so that we can see what we need to pull out and how to organize it. So I'm selecting the fleet here. We're going to click select all. And then I'm just going to plop it, right click on one of the ones at the top here. I'm going to select all. And then right click. I'm going to grab the fleet here. Select all, right click, and then we're selecting all, right click. All right, so we have it all in one big batch, and this is all going to go up to Scapa Flow. This is where this one task force is. You can right click to move to that task force. So I'm just going to unpause to get that moving. And you'll see the navies are quickly moving up into that one big group. You'll see here they're all reinforcing. This is what I built, or what I moved here. And so once they are all in that stack, I will pause the game again, and we will talk about fleet composition and how that goes. All right. Just ignore anything else that's going on right now. We're just talking about the fleets. All right, so we have a big stack. The UK starts off with the biggest navy. They have 235 ships. If you want to do a naval playthrough, UK is obviously a really good one to do. There's Japan, Italy. The US has a pretty good navy, and if you start with a good navy, you can kind of build on top of that. You always can build a navy as smaller powers, but it's quite hard, and you generally want to put more effort into other things. So. I'm just going to show you how this works. So the first thing we want to do from this is pull off our submarines. So I'm looking here and I'm seeing that we have different ship types, and then these here are the subs. So I'm selecting, right-clicking that to pull this up, selecting all of them. This puts it in a new task force. I'm going to right-click this bit here with this selected, and that's going to put it into a new fleet. Okay. So with the subs, we can split these. So 42 is a big stack. We don't really need 42. So I can click this and hit S, and then split. I can click S, and it's also this button here, have. So click here, split. And once we get to around 5, this is sort of a good size for subs. Subs are used for raiding. So when you're at war, what you want to do is find areas that are like hard to convoy, hard to defend against. So the middle of oceans are really good spots. So this area here is particularly good. So is the Denmark Strait. And as the allies, the Africa coast might be really good because just the way that trade flows for Italy is just the way they move. You'll see these lines here show supply or convoy trade routes. And so this is where our stuff will go. You got to think about where the enemies will go. So if we were at war with Italy and Germany, I would want to hit convoy raid and right click this region and this region. It's going to say right now that there's no raiding efficiency, but if I unpause, they should move out to there. Now that they're in there, they have really good efficiency. And if this number is 100 and this is green, you're kind of good and you'll be, doing your stuff. Now, I don't need those on right now, so I'm just going to turn them off and they'll go back to a near port. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to talk about our main fleet. So the main fleet is going to be your biggest fleet. Now, there is sort of a size limit. People will say you can desk stack. You may not want to do that. It comes down to sort of preference. You'll get some pretty massive debuffs if you sort of have a really big fleet. You can modify how large they can be, but like as a rule of thumb, I would try to keep your main fleet under 100, like sort of 100 being the absolute max, and then maybe suggesting something a little bit smaller, like 60, especially if you don't have any bonuses to positioning or positioning is the big one that you have to worry about. I know this is going to be a lot to talk about because there's many components to the game, but just as a rule of thumb, try to keep it below 100. So we're going to start off with the first component. So if you have carriers, which the British do have, you can have up to 4 in a fleet, and then you can have up to 5 if you get one of the Doctrines, which is under here. If you get strike base and you come down here, there is the ability to give you an extra. I gotta find it. I'm not actually sure. Is it this one? Crowding. Yes, carrier overcrowding. So you need to get down to here. And if you get down to here, you can have 5. Well, I'll talk about Doctrines later. If that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, just keep in mind you can only do 4. Right. So now let's say you have up to 4 carriers like you do in the British case here. You want to give them screening. And there are 4 different types of ships. You have carriers, you have capital ships, which are the battleships, the battle cruisers, and heavy cruisers here. And then you have screens, which are light cruisers and and destroyers. So the carriers need to be screened by by the capital ships, and they need 4 times this number for always a good efficiency. You can go down to 3 if you have 3, like that's good enough, but you will lose ships occasionally in battle. So if you want to always keep perfect screening efficiency, I suggest a ratio of 4-1. So with this, we have 12 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, and then I think I'm going to pull out our heavy cruisers. So we have this here, and in order to get that 16 number, I'm going to add one of these heavy cruisers back. Okay, so now this fleet, once that's reinforced, has 4 carriers and 16 capital ships. So 12, 3, and 1. Okay, so you probably can guess the next number, right? We got 16, so how many screens do we need? Well, we're going to need 64. Okay, so we've got 30 light cruisers, and then I'm going to grab 33 destroyers. So I'm just clicking this and then right-clicking. I'm clicking these here, and I'm selecting S to split them a bunch. I'm just kind of a bad habit, or not a good habit, but not good for tutorials. So we've got 44 here. Let me just count out 34. Okay, so I have a stack of 34, and I'm going to plop that back to the main fleet. Or actually, yes. Okay. All right, so I put those back onto the main fleet. And so, this here is a pretty good thing. So 84 is not too bad. This would be a pretty good size. You could add more screens to if you have bonuses to positioning, which I'll show you these kind of things later. But this would be a good size main fleet. I'm going to pull the other capital ships here. Yeah, so there is an evenly distribution button. I want to show you guys how to do this manually. But here, I'm going to merge everything up that we've got left to a secondary fleet. And then, so I don't use it too often because I like to do my stuff manually, but there's this task composition editor. So this is an option that you guys can use. And there are a ton of buttons in HOI4. So you can kind of sort of like do these task force from here. The way that I did it is it's a little bit more manual, just to get, I want you guys to think about this. But there is an automatic button, which I never use. This one here, evenly distribute ships. And so it'll sort of pull these out and give them efficiency. So like I said, you have 5 here, and then you have your screen. So it sort of bases it on your screening efficiency. But yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put these back together. And this would be a good secondary fleet. And then the remaining destroyers, which, if anything, I'm going to pull a few more of them out. Oops. Okay. So this here we'd have as a secondary fleet. So this is our main fleet. These are our subs, which don't need to be on missions, because we are wasting fuel. If you see the little icons, they are on missions. This one here is a secondary fleet. So for your secondary fleet, you can use them as like a backup, or you could use them as part of your detection fleet. With the size this big, one thing you might just want to do with this is put them on strike force. So click here, select the areas around your island, and just to give you a little bit of supremacy, if your main fleet is ever repairing or something, and they'll go out and they'll fight minor ships, minor fleets if they get into battles close to your homeland. You do want to keep them sort of like in reserve. So as you lose ships in your main fleet, you may want to pull them out of your secondary fleet. So you can change, you can absolutely change the icons. There are quite a few options here. It really comes down to what you want, but yeah, you can spend a lot of time organizing all of these. A big part of having a good main fleet is you want to train them up. So you'll see here the experience level is fresh. By the time you get to war, you should get them to regular status, which is 2 levels above this. You can exercise them by doing this, clicking this button, or you can hit them, you can use this here, which will exercise them until they're full. If you have a lot of fuel, countries like the US will have a lot of fuel. You want to just keep that, you want to keep that exercising, because as you exercise, you get naval XP, and you get quite a bit. Like, the UK gets quite a bit, and so does the US. So yeah, if you can get your main fleet fully exercised, and you build a few ships, maybe a few good battleships or something, you'll completely annihilate anything on the waters. Yeah. All right. So that's our main fleet composition. We've got a backup or reserve fleet. This would be something you can use for extra. And then we have some destroyers left. So I pulled out some destroyers, and the thing that we're going to want to use for these guys is I'm going to pull them down into groups of about Just going to pull them across. So sort of in this range. You see here 5, 20, 10, 20. If you can keep them in sort of this number groups, we can take these, and if you look at where our lines are going, these are our trade routes. And I want to, when you're at war, you want to make sure that you are covering the main part of these lines. So you can see here, we've got, as Britain, we've got all of these little islands. It's a little unfortunate that we've got so many, but yeah. So you can see here, I've covered all of the supply lines. I was told that potentially there is a mechanic with no man the guns that expands the Navy system that allows you to block the sea zones. They may be adding it next week, but currently in the game that's not for people without that DLC. So I'm gonna unpause here, and you'll see that the convoy efficiency will start to go up. So right now it's at 38%, and if we can get them spread out enough, it should reach 100. So it looks like it's slowing down a little bit because we've got a low escort presence. But see where you're here. I may move some to the other side here. So we got some in Singapore. So we do have a lot of sea zones to cover with so few destroyers. We are kind of getting up there. The efficiency will get up to, up to 100. Why? That's range, right? So ideally we want to get to, here we go, 100. All right. So I ran out of fuel, actually. So I ran out of fuel. One thing you want to do is you want to make sure you always have fuel on hand. So don't do what I just did. If you run out of fuel and you're in the middle of a battle, just crank up your civilian factories. Even if it says you won't be able to construct goods, this will fix your fuel issue. And then after the battle, you can come down and then do something a little bit more reasonable, like, whatever you can afford to trade with. But we'll come back to trade. I just wanted to show you this trick here. Okay. Yeah. And then we're looking back at the Navy. So we have escort efficiency. Let's just make these this. So we see with this fleet here, they're escorting our supply, they're escorting our trade, which when we did set up that new trade, you may see that we got a new line here. So you do have to sort of, unfortunately, you have to do this. If you can block off sea zones, you can actually force them to go into shorter routes. But yeah, yes, there is a limit on how many you can cover. And if you do see here, we hit 99 and 100. So yeah, so we have 100% efficiency. Essentially, they'll if they get caught by enemy subs, what'll happen is these destroyers will just kind of float out to, or like they'll just float out to them and catch them. You do want to keep the task force, like you want to have, like, there's a lot of sea zones to cover, by the way, more than you should have to, but unfortunately it's just the way that the game mechanics work for the UK, and without being able to block zones, you're not able to make this a little bit more efficient. But yeah, and you will need to keep a lot of destroyers on. So yeah, that's it for the thing. Yeah, so the way the destroyers work, they kind of work like XCOM. So you can see here, there's 64, 64, 64. They kind of just appear in the zones. They work. It's a little weird. I don't want to get too deep into it because I know that you guys are going to be new players. So yeah. So convoy escort, convoy raiding with your subs. So escort with for your destroyers, raiding for subs. Strike force projects your naval power. So what it does is it adds the supremacy to that region, which helps prevent naval invasions. That's the main thing for it. But also, if there are battles that go on in these zones that you have strike force on, they will go out and engage the enemy there. So you want to keep your main fleet on strike force because it doesn't use fuel. You can always pick a command or two. I don't want to get too deep into which ones you want to grab, but for like all of these things have all the admirals will have traits, and if you hover over them, it'll tell you like what they do good or great with. The two things that you want to look at are screening and positioning. Like I was saying earlier, like you can have a fleet that is closer to 100 instead of like 84 or 60 if you have a higher positioning number. So this guy would be quite good, and Cunningham would be quite good as your main. There are other stats here like attack, defense, positioning is another one. So you got a bonus 25% positioning. You got another one here for level 3. This guy will have 10. Yeah. So you want to stack your best general and your best guide. For subs, you want to grab Seawolf. I know that UK doesn't have one, but if you type in this thing here, Seawolf, Germany will have one. I think we'll use one in the Germany playthrough. But yeah, so you want to do things like detection. Yeah, just take some time to read sort of what the stats do. Spotting is a good one for Navy, or sorry, for subs, and spotting is a good one for your spotting fleet. So because actually you don't have the DLC, it shouldn't matter too much, but you want to take a smaller, like if you're hunting for you are hunting for other fleets, you can take a new one and like that. So you can make a new one. Let's assume we grabbed him on the other one, and we're looking to find the main fleet of the enemy. So you could put a few ships, like 15 or so, on patrol. You want them a little bit better. You want to get some good destroyers or good light cruisers, and they'll go out because they're a little bit quicker, and they'll have a higher spotting chance to find them. Also, you can use things like radar. Radar will help spotting enemies. So the UK does have level 1s to start with. This can be upgraded. We'll show you that. I'll show you that later in the game. But yeah, let's see if we can find the French fleet. So I'm gonna do some console stuff here just to get the French in. I'm gonna turn off the AI so that it's not changing anything on us. And I will stop all of these. Okay. Here. I'm going to move these ones here. All right, just give me a second here and I will set up a situation where there is a naval battle. And we'll talk about the screen a little bit. France will need some fuel. Okay. And then we will pull the subs out of this. You can use subs in your main fleet. It's kind of a waste because just the way the torpedoes work. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay. So we're going to take it back to England. So hopefully our main our searching fleet here will find it. We'll have to look at some of the numbers while we're going here. And it's not showing us. Oh, right. We're not at war. Terribly sorry, everyone. Okay. All right, here we go. So they're in the process of finding the French fleet. I'll slow this down for us a little bit here. And there's a daily chance of 100%. So we should get a battle here. Yeah, okay. So, and you can see here this here is automatically coming down to engage them. They found the fleet, the spotting fleet found them, and so did the backup, the reserve fleet. Okay, so there are some stats that I wanted to point out. So we were talking about screening earlier. This is the screening efficiency. So 100% here and 100% here. And then the other thing that we need to worry about is positioning. Now, even though we have a storm, but we have our leader, Andrew, who is giving us a little bit more than our base value, we have a larger fleet. So because it's like bigger than that sort of 50, 60 number, you can see how you get a negative 11 there. So these negative modifiers kind of add up, and we're actually able to maintain 100% positioning. If we don't maintain 100% positioning, we get debuffs, and it can be quite high. We can lose, I think, 50% of our stats. So that matters a little bit. Yeah. So we'll see here. I think for the most part, we're a little bit better in terms of our stats. So Presumably the British should win this. You can see here you have torpedoes. Torpedoes only work if there's no screening efficiency, so this number can be ignored until this number goes below 100. So otherwise you have heavy guns. Heavy guns will hit both the first line and the second line. Lights will only hit the first line, so they only hit this line here. And then of course the planes on the carriers can target any ship at all, and they tend to target the better ships. So they'll go for the carriers and they'll go for the battleships. All right. So even though there's a storm, there's tons of modifiers, there's tons of things. Like I don't want to overwhelm you with how this works, but you'll just kind of, if you hover over things, you'll kind of see how this works. But yeah, let's go forward and see how this battle goes. So it looks like the French fleet is retreating. They're staying at 100% efficiency, so we're actually not getting any sub or torpedoes, but we are sinking some of the first line. Here we go. So I don't know if you guys caught that, but when this number plopped below 100, the torpedoes were able to hit the back lines, and of course we would have got some stuff here. So this received a critical hit, but it was actually from a heavy gun, not a torpedo like I thought. Depth charges killed the sub, and these are all light guns, and it looks like some torpedoes. But yeah, we should see a little bit more damage coming in now. Yeah, destroyers are going. The French fleet are trying to get out of there. The UK is actually doing really well. This is a little bit overwhelmed. Yeah. Okay, and then so the UK ran out of civilian factories, so you're gonna run out of fuel. Or the wait, why? I don't actually know why that happened. Oh, maybe sorry, they weren't quite getting the full amount. You do want to trade. Like I said, go to the trade window if you get a big battle like this. They're hard to catch, but you want to just make sure you're getting a lot of fuel. Because otherwise, what may have happened on the French side is they may have ran out of fuel there. But yeah, that's how, if you organize your Navy the way that I explained it there, you'll get battle screens that look like this. The AI is not super smart, so it's if you use a little bit of Navy knowledge, you'll overwhelm the AI, and yeah. All right, so that's it for Navy. I will have other videos on my channel of like specific things about the Navy. So like sort of the positioning, the screening, sort of like how guns work. I have an entire Navy overview. If you guys want some refreshers, I will have videos on that. Yeah, the AI is not super smart. That's kind of the motto of the game. It's a very complicated game, HOI4, but once you learn it, it's easy, if that makes sense. So it's not like once you're knowledgeable about the game, you'll be able to do extraordinary things. All right, so we're gonna do another. We're gonna switch over now to Germany. That was just to show you the Navy, because Germany doesn't really get they don't start with a good Navy, and I'm not going to be building a good Navy. So yeah. All right, so you can select anywhere on the map screen. Today we're picking Germany here. Ironman, I'll explain how this was. So if you're quite new to the game and you're losing quite often, and you find that it's a little difficult, you can play on the lower difficulties. I'm going to play on regular just because this is sort of how most games go. There is a little bit more of a challenging aspect for elite. One of the reasons why I personally don't play on elite that often, unless it's like for like a YouTube channel or something, or challenge or something, is because of this political power gain thing. Political power affects like the timing of things, because like if you don't have enough political power to do something, you'll have to wait off on a focus, and it kind of messes with the flow. It's my personal reason why I don't care for it. And like if you can see here, like the elite mode just nerfs you and gives the AI a bonus, right? So it's not like the AI is getting smarter, it's getting more difficult for you to do things. We'll play on regular. Ironman, it will allow you to get achievements, and it'll also disable the console command and your ability to save. So there'll be an auto save frequency. It's usually set to a month, but you can set that differently. Yeah, I'm going to turn it off just so that we can do some things. You'll see all through the recording that I won't actually open the console. It's just that I need to save, or if I do open a console, I'm just showing you something very quickly. But yeah, and then historical AI focuses. This is the focus tree in Hearts of Iron 4 sort of sets like the history and like how what countries do and sort of their behavior. If you deselect this, this is sort of like chaos mode. On historical AI focuses, the AI will deviate from history a little bit, like, you know, just slight, maybe dates will be off, maybe they'll do certain things before other things. And it depends on, they'll react to how you play. So if you go democratic Germany, the UK will go fascist. So it'll still do that, where there'll be differences in history. But if you deselect this, the AI is free to pick whatever path they want. And like, it's only like 10 or 20% that country will do like what it did historically. Most likely you'll see a lot of civil wars. Yeah, so today we're going to be playing on historical AI focuses. Yeah, and if we were to do Ironman, we would have the ability to get achievements. I've got most of them, so this is going to help. Yeah. All right. So if this is your first game, it's going to seem a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of things to select. Like, don't feel bad. Like this, that's how everyone does HOI4. The way that you want to start is you want to address these things here. So if you have a pop-up here in these, it means that you need to address something. So we'll go through and we'll address them one at a time, and then I will look over what we might need to do and yeah, explain things. All right, so our first thing is research. Every country has a set number of research slots, which can be improved, usually through focuses, or through the focus trees. Germany starts off with 4, so that's actually quite a good number. For your first 3 picks, I like to recommend doing these 3. So unless you have a specific strategy in mind, the first 3 clicks should be research. Get this one here, electronic engineering, gives you a bonus for research. You want to grab machine tools. This deals with your production's efficiency cap. I'll explain that later. And then you want to get construction speed. Should always be your first 3, regardless of what you do. You want to keep up with your domestic stuff. You'll see here on the left there is dates. So 36. These are 37. If you get a little bit ahead of time, there'll be you see here, technology is 3 years ahead of time. The more ahead of time, the bigger the time penalty is. So it gets a little bit more expensive in terms of like how long it takes to research. But you do want to keep up to the thing. So if it's 1939, you should be either researching this line or have it researched. Same thing with this side of the research tab for sure. And then you always want to grab radio almost immediately after, or certainly before you go to war. You want to make sure you have this radio tech. It's very important. It has to do with reinforce rates. If you don't do it, you'll get memed a lot. Yeah. So in without the DLCs, you have a little bit more of a simple fighter tree option. If you're watching a lot of YouTubers, you may see they have a lot of like modules and things that they can add onto them. Yeah, in terms of like our fighter focuses, or our plane focuses, we don't actually need to research anything now unless Germany wanted to go for heavy fighters. I'm not. I'm just going to do I'm going to do the regular ones. The difference between the planes. So fighters are the planes that you use for air supremacy. They target planes, other planes. They'll fight them, dogfights, that sort of thing. Fighters have a shorter range than the heavy fighters. The heavy fighters have a longer range, but they're more expensive and they have worse attack. So when you should use heavy fighters, maybe if you're in like playing in Asia, the air zones are a little bit bigger, or if you're in the Americas or places like that, it's a little bit beneficial to get the more range to cover the regions. In Europe, the fighters are generally the better option. The next major things that we have are CAS, close air support. So these ones deal with ground attack primarily. That's their main objective, but they can also do naval attacks. They can also target supply. You'll see here logistic strikes. So CAS is kind of your next important fighter. Alternatively, you could build tactical bombers. They do strategic bombing, but they also do your ground attack. You'll see here that's a slight, like not as high. they're pretty good for naval attack too, and CAS can do naval strikes as well. It's the tactical bombers tend to have a little bit more range in exchange for lower stats, and of course they're more expensive. The next option is strategic bombers. They deal with taking out infrastructure or factories and things like that. If you're trying to take out the enemy industry, you would build some strategic bombers. And then the last type here is the naval bombers. These are actually very handy, and in this, without the DLC, they're quite good. Like the base attack is 15, and there's pretty good targeting. So as Italy's a good option to build naval bombers, because you can kind of hit anywhere in the med with the territory that you own. But yeah, if you're kind of like you have good industry but you don't have good like dockyards, so if you have good military industry and not good dockyards, it's good to throw some navs on naval bombers on. And then same thing with the dates. You want to keep up. Getting fighter 2 is a good thing to get before the 1939. So this one is one that I recommend rushing, which we will rush as Germany. We'll grab this probably in a year or two. I'll switch back over to the Navy. We're not going to be doing too much in terms of the naval research for Germany. I think we're going to grab later on. We'll grab sub 3s, and I don't think we'll even need the transport tech. So this one here gives you naval invasion capacity. When we do a naval invasion, it's going to limit us to 10. If we were to research this later in the game, we would have a total of 30, and then there's some extra bonuses there. Yeah, and then of course we've seen like all the different ship types when we were looking at the UK. So yeah, I'll come back to the production and finish off that. Mostly what we're going to be building with Germany is we're going to build subs, and we're going to build convoys, which as Germany we're not going to need a whole lot, just a little bit more than what we have. Okay, I'll start. We'll keep going this way. So the next screen here, we've got artillery. This is our 3 types of artillery. So we've got your standard artillery, your field artillery. This is soft attack. These are good against infantry units. I'll explain how this works when we do our division designs. As you go down, you get more bonuses, and then you get better equipment type. You do again want to keep up research. If you have these in your industry or in your templates, you want to keep up with that and keep researching the good ones and building the best ones that you can get at the time instead of going ahead of time. For this here is anti-air. This helps reduce the effect of enemy CAS. They're very good to add as support companies. I'll show you what that looks like later. But again, if you have them in your thing, in your templates, you want to keep up with them. These also help stop enemy bombing if you have state AA. And then the third one, this one's a little less used in single player, but if you want to counter tanks with infantry, you can build anti-tank. Most people don't build them that often. I don't think we'll be building them. We're just going to focus all of our heart attack stats into tanks. But yeah, and then at 1940, you do have a second option, rocket artillery. They're pretty good if you manage to micro them, and then once you get down to here and you get all the full stats, and then rocket tech actually helps rocket artillery. You can kind of research that. The rocket artillery can be really good for a late game build, depending on how long you go into the game. You may want to research rocket artillery and add some of that into your units. All right, the next part is armor. As Germany, we're going to be building mediums, but I'll explain here. So you have some early war ones, just light tanks, and then you have lights, mediums, and then heavies. Each one of these little side things are specializations. So this one here, it's been a while since I've seen this. This one here, I think is the tank destroyer. Then the next one is SBA, so artillery, your special artillery, and then SBA AA, which is anti-air. Of the variants on single player, the ones that people mostly build are the SBAs because they do give you a little bit more soft attack. So if we look, the base Panzer 1 gives us 13 soft attack, but if we look at the SBA, it gives you 34. So you want to throw maybe a couple of these into the divisions. I will probably throw some of these SBAs into the mediums just to get us some extra stats. I'll show you what that looks like once we get into designing divisions. All right. The next part of the research is support companies. Engineers are pretty good. Recon, MPs. These are military police. You'll use this for your garrisons to reduce your equipment requirements. We'll also have maintenance companies. I'll be researching these with tanks. There are field hospitals. I don't particularly use these too often. I won't be using them in this playthrough, but I'll explain them very quickly. They reduce your trickleback and war support debuffs, and you also don't lose as much experience when you get hit. And then as this is researched, it gets pretty good. If you play a really late game and you're not too sure what to research and what to build, you got extra capacity, field hospitals might actually be quite worth it, just because you save manpower and you save XP. A really good one to get is logistics company for your bigger units. If you have like large, like I'll show you what they look like, but when you have large tank divisions, this can reduce your supply usage and up to 40%, I believe. So, and it reduces your fuel usage once you start researching them. And then signals have to do with your reinforcement rate, and they also give you a bit of a planning bonus with this initiative. And they also deal with coordination. I know these are a lot of stats I'm throwing at you, but sometimes these are good to get. When you have bigger units, you want to fill out the supports. And yeah, I'll show you what they look like. And then at the very bottom here, you have the trains. It is unfortunate that without no step back, you don't get the armored trains. I actually thought you had the armored trains, but you have just your regular civilian factories. I would just build these and just not worry about it. If you want to save a little bit of production, you could research these later on. I don't know if these ones here are actually particularly worth it, but yeah. Without the DLC, you can kind of just ignore this. Is it bad to only have 7.2s in your army with no tanks? It depends on who you're fighting. Terribly sorry. I've just been kind of like not looking at the messages, but here, I'll just take a second to address what you guys are saying. So yeah, 7.2s, they're fine. Like tanks are good. Tanks are really good. You're gonna see how they work. I like to build tanks just because, yeah, technically you can make saves in Ironman. Yeah, a little bit of way to cheese it. Yeah, I know that is true. Damn the low speed. Yeah. I have a pretty good PC, and with 1.13 there has been some optimizations. So yeah, isn't there a limit on the C zones? Yeah, I think we covered that. Okay. All right, we're caught up to speed. All right. So as far as industry or infantry goes, you want to keep your guns up to date. This here deals with your breakthrough and your defense. So these will give you extra stats on just your, well, I guess all your infantry units, including the motorized units. So keep these up to date. We have early truck and then the regular truck, which unlocks the motorized infantry. These are very important. When you get close to the war, a good thing to research is the mechanized. So even if you're not going to build the mechanized, they double your hardness of your motorized. So this is always a good tech to research in the 1940 range if you have motorized. So yeah. All right, so that is it for the research. In terms of our third one, I'm tempted to grab this, but I think I'm just going to grab the artillery for now, just so that we catch that one up. I will try to get mediums before war, and I'm going to also get this one here. These are two of the very important ones that I want to grab. And then we're going to get some of these support companies. We actually don't have a lot to research, which is maybe a benefit of having no DLC. All right, well, that's it for research. We'll come back to it periodically throughout the playthrough. The next thing that we're going to be doing is our construction queue. So you have a lot of options, but early in the game, the first thing that we want to do is build civilian factories. Okay. So Germany's a unique case, but we want to get as many civilian factories as possible before we switch to military productions. So so there are a few things that you can kind of see here. Little important information. So the top one is infrastructure. This deals with it gives you supply, but it also sets how fast you build things in that region. And then this next one here with the little excavator shows you how many building slots you have. So the right side is how many the state has total, and then 3 is how many you have built currently. So in this area here, we'll be able to build 7 extra factories, which is probably a good spot to start. Germany has a focus that gives you free infrastructure, 100% infrastructure in these states here. So Hanover, Brandenburg, this and here. So I'm not going to be building any infrastructure in this region here, but I will build it in areas that give us anything that gives us more than 4 factories it's good to build at least 1 infrastructure. It has to do with how fast it builds. So obviously building an infrastructure cost, production or construction cost, but we'll make up for it over time because the civilian factory, it will be 20% quicker to build and therefore cost less. People have done the math for it, but if you see you have situations where you have really only even a couple supply. So if you have 5 total building slots and you have 2 free, I would say build an infrastructure in there. Because as we research the this one picked these industry focuses, they give us 20% per state, and it'll double the building slots in that by the end of the game. So building early infrastructure is very smart. So I'm doing infrastructure 1 and then a civilian factory. And then I'm going to look for another state that has lots of small areas. Another benefit to having the infrastructure is you'll see here the plus button on the resources. We're going to get extra resources from these areas. So it really comes down to if you have, there are countries like in the Soviet Union, it's not worth putting infrastructure way up here, like because you're not going to have many building slots. But if you follow that, the number of maybe like 5 and then 2 free, then it's going to be worth it. So I'm just going to go through and build infrastructure and just trying to find states that are good for it. So we're looking for 4s that are not in that region. So I think this one might be a good one. And then just the way that we're prioritizing, it's just infantry or infrastructure first, then civs, infrastructure. This is sort of a good way to do it. Once you have your infrastructure up to 100, you can just build whatever factories you want. Yeah. Okay. And so that's going to be our queue for the next little bit. I will expand that later. And we'll come back to building like our railways. We'll need to upgrade them. We'll need to upgrade a couple air bases. This is state AA. If you find you're getting bombed, you can build anti-air, which will prevent or slow that down a little bit. Synthetic refineries we're going to build when we're building military factories. For our air production, because Germany doesn't get rubber. Rubber trade, once we go to war, like it's very difficult to get rubber. We're not going to build any dockyards as Germany. I'm not going to build any fuel silos, but you may find if you're struggling with fuel, you might want to build a few of these early in the game to like bank up your capacity. Germany actually starts with 300. It's not 300,000. It's not too bad. These are supply hubs. I'll explain what they are when we get to supply naval bases. These are ports on tiles, and then land forts, and then coastal forts. These so Germany does start off with some, or no, they don't. France certainly starts off with some. They have the Maginot Line. These are level 10 forts. It's very difficult to push through here because they have that negative 15 per level, so up to negative 150. This can be reduced a number of ways, but it's not good to go through level 10 forts. Okay. How far are we? Yeah, we're just starting off. This is for a first time player. We're going through everything and describing everything that we could. It's a big knowledge dump. All right. So I'm clicking the free factories for the next part. So we have, it looks here, we have 28 total factories, and we have 20 currently assigned. And then for dockyards, we have 10 total, 9 assigned. The one thing that you should do early in every game, try to remember this, but set your queue up to 10. So this is sets your minimum your maximum repair dockyards. So when your ships come in to repair, like previously we had there only on 3, the game starts very low for most countries. I would crank this up 10, 20, however much you got, you want to put on in there, just so that the ships will repair quicker. It's just something you can set and forget. Otherwise, they'll prioritize building new ships when you may want to repair them. The next thing that we want to do is sort through the production. So Germany starts off building a bunch of things, and we need a lot of guns. So I'm going to go up to 15 on guns. I'm going to go up to 2 on artillery. I'm going to delete our light tanks because we're not going to build any tanks here. And we will build a new line. And I will go up to 4 for this. And I'm going to delete our tactical bomber. Actually, I'm going to keep these on these for a little bit, and we will switch this off. I just want actually we start off with a few hundred planes. We're going to get a little bit more, and then we're going to mostly be switching to those fighter 2s later on. Yeah. When we come down to the ships, I like to finish off most of them. So these here are how many we're going to be producing. This is the progress of the ship. This is how many dockyards we have assigned to it. So we have 2. I'm going to set these all up so that they stagger, and I'm going to set these to 1. 1 heavy cruisers. This one's pretty close to being done. And then you see here we got a couple big battleships. I'm just going to delete this one here, and then I'm going to put up to 3 dockyards on this. Maybe we'll get this done in time for war. And then after this, I'm going to add a line of convoys. And like I said, we're going to be building mostly submarines and mostly convoys. So for the next year or so, I'm going to build convoys just so we can get that number up. They're very important to have. And then for our last gun, we can do, or last military factory, we can put them on guns. Germany needs a lot of guns because you need to get them into the field. Now, you'll notice something here. We've got a negative red thing. So I set this in particular so that it's only 8. Because what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find Siam. I'm going to click the little red button there, find Siam, and add this. So we're clicking on Siam, and then we're requesting to buy with one civilian factory. We're going to buy an 8 rubber. So I'm going to do that. And then for our steel, we don't need any more steel from anyone. So I'm just going to stop that trade from Sweden. I'm going to unpause. Here, we'll just do this very quickly. Unpause, you'll see that goes to 0. You want to keep these numbers green. If they get really red, you lose efficiency, which I could have shown you there. In fact, here, let's just quickly undo that. Yeah, and this will give me a chance to explain this window a little bit more, because like again, there is lots of things in this window. So you see here we have a deficit of rubber because we don't actually have any. So for the truck, we'll probably have a slight negative debuff. So it's 12% resources, negative resources there. You see the lack of resources under there. That's not particularly too bad, but as it goes down, you'll see here this one's 27. This one's 35, and this one is 40. So the resource fulfillment goes from top to bottom. So this line will get what they need, then this line will get it, and then this. And then when they hit like a negative number, it scales. So, the top one will get most of whatever's there, and then yada, yada, yada down. You can produce stuff that you can see here without, like when you are lacking a resource completely, it's not that you can never build them. It's just, it'll be less efficient. If you're missing a lot of them, like let's say a couple hundred, it can be like negative 90. So it's good to keep these in the green so that you're efficient. All right, so for the next one here, it's saying that we're missing production. We just need, it says transport planes and naval bombers. I'm gonna ignore them right now because we don't actually need those, and it's okay to have some of your air wings not filled, like specifically for like those types of things. For our focus tree, all right, this is our next one. So Germany's got a pretty decent focus tree. So the only thing I'm seeing missing from the DLC is Germany doesn't have its alternative history path. So I think if you get Death or Dishonor, I think that's which one it's called. There will be an alternative history path for Germany. So you can go democratic, or you can go monarchist, or I think there's a way to go communist. Yeah. So there's like extra content with the DLCs. With the base game vanilla, you just get their historical path, which is fine. That's what we're going to be playing today. So I'll explain sort of what we want to do here. So you want to start at one of these branches, right? So depending on which ones are available, you'll have things like your political part of your tree, which you can see here start as political. There are research bonuses for like usually your army, your navy, your air force, and also sort of a civilian path. You've also got industry focuses. Yeah, it is Waking the Tiger, and there's no communist path. Okay, thank you, chat. And then of course territorial expansion. There will be other filters in other countries depending on what they have focus, but usually there's like a domestic side, there's a military side, and then there'll be a political side. So we're going to start with Rhineland, which is a historical event. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to demilitarize or to remove the demilitarized zone in the Rhineland. So these, if you noticed here, there was sort of like the red border. I didn't acknowledge it, but you cannot move troops into here. So you see here, demilitarized troops can't enter. I also think you can't build military factories. I'll have to test that. Oh, no, you can. Okay. That's fine. But you can't move troops into it. And we want to be able to move troops into there eventually. So we're going to do this focus first. Afterwards, we're going to try to get to Anschluss. This is going to take a little bit because we need 500,000 manpower in the field. If you hover over your manpower, you'll see here we only got 269 in the field. That's why we're building so many guns. We will be trying to force out a lot of units to get there. After we've done this, we're going to be doing our domestic. So after we finish Rhineland, we'll switch over to some of the domestic stuff to get down to here, to get maybe our research slot, get some extra factories. This is the one that I was talking about with the infrastructure. You can't build forts. Yes, you can't build forts in the demilitarized zone there. So yeah, and then we're gonna grab our tank bonuses at some point here. Yeah, and then we'll need Molotov before war. We'll need hopefully the research law and some of the synthetic stuff, and then we're gonna get down here. I'll show you some of the stuff. So the historical tree will have events that are sort of based on history, right? So this was a historical event. As Germany, we are the aggressors. We are the ones who are going to be starting the war. One of the reasons why I recommend playing Germany as like maybe your first time playing through is obviously you don't have the navy to deal with, but also you're the one who sets the pace of the game. So like the game doesn't start until you're ready. So if you want to wait till 1940 or if you want to go a little bit early, you know, that's sort of up to you, right? So yeah. All right, so that's it for the focuses. We'll come back to these periodically as we're playing. The next thing we need to deal with is no divisions and training. As Germany, we need to start training a bunch of units. We don't have the guns quite yet for it, but we do have the manpower. So I'm going to start spamming out divisions, as many as we can. With the unassigned divisions here, so none of our divisions are set on units. So I'm holding down Shift, and I'm going to click, and that's going to select all of them. And Germany starts off with their army fully trained, which is great. I'm going to select out some of the units that are not infantry, and we can sort of just do this. So I'm going to do a line for the 6, and then if you just want to spread them out while you're waiting, this is a good way to do it. Soviet Union has a big problem where a lot of their supply is in the west and a lot of their army is in the east. When you're not at war, you don't need to set up front lines. And if you're not going to be at war, that's fine. So I'm just going to do that. When we unpause, these guys here are going to do a garrison area defense, and they're just going to go to the types of defense that we told them to go. We just selected all. Basically what this is effectively doing is spreading out You don't need to do this as Germany. I like to do it so that when I start stacking units into here, they spread out for us. So yeah. Yeah. Do you think the air focus needs a rework? Only gives bonuses arm tech. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. You don't always like, not every country should have like the best bonuses. Okay. So for the last thing that we've got here is the decisions. So the decisions will open up in the decision tab. I'll briefly explain MIFO bills for Germany. So this is a unique decision or focus, unique decision for Germany. You want to keep them. You want to keep them until war. So the way that it works is you get a national spirit that gives you bonuses for in exchange for MIFO bills, which costs political power. So your political power is this up here. We're getting a base amount per day. When you select a national focus, it costs 1 per day, which you can see here, negative for Rhineland. We've got a negative 0.2 for MIFOs. Every 6 months, this will tick up and it'll increase. We can lower it depending on certain events. And the benefits that it gives you here is if you click your flag, it'll bring up your political screen. And you'll see here under national spirits, you'll have see either buffs or debuffs. And for Germany, you get the MIFO bills. So consumer goods factor, that has been changed. So that is interesting. So it is reducing our consumer goods cost by 33% after the fact. So I'll come back to that just in a second, but you see how we have construction bonuses. We want to keep this for when we switch to military production. So because that plus 25% is very good. Okay, so for consumer good factors, so for every country you have an economic law, and they will have a cost they have an expectation of factories for consumer goods. So partial mobilization is 25. A lot of countries start off on civilian, which is 35. And then after the fact, so with 25, we keep 75% of our consumer goods. And then after the fact, there is an additional 33% of that factor requirement. So that'll reduce a third of 25 from the expectations. And we can actually see the number that we have to give to consumer goods here in the construction window. So you can see here, there is a little bit, MIFO bills is negative 33%, and then stability is negative 13. Those multiplied together give us an expectation of 57% of that 25, totaling out to 9. So it's just a bunch of little math, but the economy in HOI4 works a little bit different than real world. You want your citizens to have as little as possible. Okay, so consumer goods is their consumption, and then you want them to have a little as that as possible. I know it's really weird to think about, but like the game is totally focused on war and making in your ability to do war, right? So it's a war simulator, not an economy simulator. So we currently can't go to war economy. We need war support, and we certainly can't go to total mole because you need to be at war and have 80% war support. And another thing, yeah, no DLCs is wild. There is some different numbers, and of course this is the 1.13 update, so there is some new stuff that people are seeing here. Yeah, all right. So that's kind of how the economy works on that side. For your trade law, so you get certain bonuses depending on what law you have. So on limited, you get like little bonuses. So you get 5% construction, 1% research, 5% factory output, a bunch of these ones here. But you'll see there, the main one that you want to think about when it comes to the trade law here is resources to market. So in HOI4, depending on your trade law, there will be a percentage of the resources that you gain. They go automatically to the market, and you don't get a benefit if no one buys from you. Okay, if they do buy from you, you'll see how when we bought that rubber from Siam is getting one civilian factory from us for those resources, but Siam is forced to put that rubber up because of their trade law. Now, you can put more on the market, depending on where you start off. Some countries start on free trade, some on export focus, and Germany starts on limited exports. You will get bonuses if you put more on your onto the market. So early game, people like to switch up to free trade and then come back down. Again, this costs political power, so it comes down to whether or not you want to spend that political power to get 15% construction speed, 10% research output. These are very good. Of course, when you start building a lot of things with your military factories, you're going to need those resources, and sometimes you can't trade with other people or with other countries. In multiplayer, most people go straight to free trade, and then you guys work together and trade resources and do trade backs, they call it. So, but when you're playing single player like this, just keep in mind, if you don't have a lot of resources and you're on free trade, you may want to go down to expert focus. So like early game, free trade is very good. And then later game, limited is a little bit better. Yeah, it comes down to like what you want to do. So that just keep in mind, there is a balance. I would like to switch up. If it was cheaper, I would click this instantly, but it's not. So it's going to be a bit of a balance. Yeah. And then the other one here is your conscription law. So the first three don't give you any negative debuffs, and they give you a recruitable population factor. So based on your core population, which is like sort of like the main country, their states are either core or they're occupied. So for Germany proper, you will get 1% recruitable population on disarmed. On volunteer only, you would get 1.5. On conscription, it's 2.5. As you go up, there are penalties. So to the next one, conscription, this one here increases the training time, which isn't really a bad debuff. Like 10% training time isn't really a big deal. The next one, however, service by requirement, is a little bit, it's a bit of a kick, right? So you're losing 10% factory output, which is very important later in the game. Construction speed, so you don't want to do this early when you're building. But you can see like 2% to 10%, that's 4 times as many troops you'll have in the available to you, or manpower available to you. If you end up going higher at all adult serves, you can get 20, and then by the time, if you ever have to hit scraping the barrel, the game might be kind of over at this point. It's sort of a desperate times for desperate measures deal, but those negative debuffs are really bad. So you want to try to keep yourself never above extensive. Service by, sort of maybe if it's near the end of the game and you just need that last little bit of manpower, but you're not worried about production. But beyond that, these are dire. So try not to don't just run up to the top to get the most manpower. These modifiers are very, very deadly. Beyond that, we have advisors. We have 3 advisor slots. So we get to pick 3 from these options. Some of them will be available to us based on like whether or not we've done a focus, what political party you are. Yeah, it looks like base game HOI4, you can just pick the communist supporter right off, which is very interesting. Yeah, so this would kind of break the game a little bit. I don't know. But you can see they have different bonuses. Just hover over to see what they do. I'll let you guys know right now if you do a standard war with Rudolf Hess and when France capitulates, if you capitulate France before the UK, Rudolf Hess will go to the UK. Yeah. You have also things like the non-core manpower. So non-core is your occupied states, and this here would give you 2% of that. So this one can be particularly good when if you're occupying a lot of countries. Silent workhorse is a very good one to get early in the game. It takes a few years to pay off, but it tends to be worth it afterwards. And then, just depending on what you want to do. Yeah. So Captain of Industry is a very good pick to do first, or getting silent workhorse. And then when you switch over to military factories, you want to get this guy here is a pretty good one. You don't actually have a whole lot of advisors as base game Germany. So, depends on what you want. There'll be certain bonuses. I'll probably end up picking the ones that I said here, this one, and then this one, depending on whether or not I can get up to war economy. So actually war economy might not actually be worth that in the base game. We'll see. We'll see how we play it. Okay, so we have tank designers. There's a ship designer, plane designer, material designer, industrial concern. these give you options for our tank designer. Sometime around 38, we're going to probably pick this one here, the medium one, just so that we get a little bit more soft attack and reliability. These just give you bonuses to all tech. You know what? We'll probably grab this guy here because this one's a little bit better with the reliability and the max speed. But yeah, each one of these designers will give you certain bonuses. You want to get ones that complement your build. So we'll want to pick a tank one, and we're going to want to pick an air designer. For us, we're going to go for the fighter, which is this one here. So this one gives us max agility and max speed. This will make our planes a little bit better. I'll show you how to apply them once we get to that point. But if you were, perhaps maybe you wanted to beef up your CAS, if you wanted to do, if you were building heavy fighters, so you can get a little bit of reliability. That's not as good as the light one, strategic bombing, and then of course naval. So there's sort of like ones that complement your build. You're a bit spoiled for choice in the beginning, but as the game goes on, you may want to start picking some of these. These give you research bonuses to those various aspects. So this one here is like synthetic research, and this one here is industrial, and this one here is electronics. I'll show you where they are in the research. So this is our electronics, which I was saying is quite important. And then this is our industry. And then synthetic is over here. So if you want bonuses to those relative, you can pick one of them. It's good to have, especially to get out that last little bit. Theorists are very important. We're going to want those before we start picking our doctrines. So for Germany, we're going to be doing a mobile warfare right tank build, which will mean that we're going to pick this guy here. Actually, no, we're going to pick Garrisons. So it's we're going to pick this. It's because it gives us 15% discount on our doctrines, and we get a little bit of a bonus, which yeah. There are other options. Again, comes down to like what you want to complement. Like, let's say you wanted to do something with your Navy. It's quite maybe not the best pick, but there are different options. So you can just hover over and see sort of if they give you bonuses. Maybe you want to complement them. HOI4 is a game about stacking modifiers. So you just want to stack like modifier on modifier on modifier, and then you want to do things that kind of complement each other. So there are like air builds, there are tank builds, there are, like you can do something where you rely on CAS, or maybe you want to have like an artillery side, focused army. You just want to sort of pick things that complement like where you're strongest, and then that it sort of exponentially grows, and you end up getting very good units. So yeah, so that's it for the theorist. And your research and production bonus. The last line here is your military staff. So one of your first picks in the game will be also your chief of army. Depending on what you have, sometimes they're like blocked behind focuses. So like here, you need army innovations for this one here. You'll see here, army experience gain daily 0.3. That's pretty good. So is this one here. You see here, I'm probably going to pick this one here for our division attack. But yeah, the 0.3, sometimes they're only 0.2, depending on the country you're playing. So just keep an eye out for that. The 0.3 ones are very good. Our army pick is probably your best one because it takes so long to get army XP in this game. Air and Navy XP are a lot easier to get. So like unless you have a specific build in mind, maybe leave these for later in the game. Chief of Air might be something to get after you've got your armies. And then so those are your chiefs, your 3 chiefs on here, and then you have military high command. So again, just like the advisors, you get 3 of these pick here. So one of our picks will probably be Bromwell later. The next one will probably get this guy here for our infantry, and then likely regrouping. I'm not seeing anything. Some countries have good air high commands. But yeah, so this one here, interception, we're not going to need it. We're gonna defeat their air, but this would be a good pick if you had a smaller air force, to stop them from and you're trying to hold and stuff. But yeah, I know it's a lot of information. I'm dumping kind of like weird tidbits and things occasionally, but yeah, that is it for our setup. We are only let's see here. How far are we into the recording? We are an hour and 16 minutes in. So I have explained Navy and everything, and our setup. So yeah. Okay. Maybe this is a time to, if you're watching this later, pause the video, take a break, you know, stretch your legs, but we'll get into it now. Yeah, so you'll see as the world goes on, I'm going to turn on, make sure that we have these events on. In the decisions tab here, you can turn off minor pop-ups, events, news, things like if they get quite annoying, like the aces and that, but I'll keep them on for you guys. So when they pop up, I'll talk about important ones. But yeah, if you find them quite annoying, you can turn off news and you can turn off major or minor, and they don't really actually do anything bad. The events one you want to keep on because sometimes you'll get you'd be prompted with things, and if you pick the wrong prompt thing, you know, effects can happen. Like you might get a civil war or something if you click the wrong option. All right, let's go. All right, so all of our units are trained. Normally I would try to train them up, but our goal right now is to get guns and to get them in the field. So, and we're building civilian factories, researching Rhineland. Now, we do have the option as Germany to send volunteers. Now, okay. So here's an example of some of our events. So like stuff around the world is happening while we're playing. So Italy is annexed AUSA, this country here. So when I unpause, you'll see they annexed it there. That was done through an event. The country surrendered. Currently, Italy is attacking Ethiopia. We're going to ignore it here. I'm going to turn off this. You can turn off the decision notifiers or whatever by doing that. So I'm just going to turn off that for me, folks, because we're never going to cancel it. It's going to be canceled automatically. But yeah, so Italy's fighting right now in Ethiopia. We can set aside some units for our potentially going to Spain. So I might grab one of you, and I might grab. I think Germany can set up to 4. I'm actually not too sure. We'll find out in a moment. So, like I said, we can't do Anschluss. So you've seen there, we finished that focus after 70 days. We hit that like very quickly clicked off of it, but maybe I shouldn't. So I want to do this, but I need to have these modifiers fulfilled. So I think we're gonna pick 4-year plan next. Some people debate whether or not you go for this because you have the industry bonuses. So it might be better to grab Army Innovations first. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. We'll grab that first. I'm going to pick this over this because these research bonuses will be handy for getting further down on our research stuff. But, you know, the order doesn't matter too much. Like you're free to sort of pick things. I wouldn't worry too much about like being hyper efficient. But yeah. All right. So we actually do have some political power and it's prompting us for a couple of things. So we can pick our army, or at least our navy command, or our theorist. But if we click modify government, you can see now that we have some options. I was talking about maybe grabbing our political power guy. So I think I'll do that first because we don't have this unlocked. So I'm going to do that. If it has that little gold border, it means you can pick something under that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I pulled aside 4 units for Spain because I know that Spain's going to have a civil war and we can send volunteers as Germany. Another thing that we can do is I did show you the map mode modifier or the map modes earlier with the Navy. So we have the industry or infantry map mode or the default. We also have strategic, which is the naval. And then we also have strategic air, which is our air map mode. So if you see here, there are air zones. I'm just gonna do something very quickly. Unfortunately, we're actually experiencing a bug right now. It's been a while since I've seen this bug. You can only send 2. Okay.
All right, so I can't show you the map air mode because it's not working. Well, so this is a bug. So I'm gonna save right here, and I'm gonna restart the game because I need to explain this to you guys. But yeah, unfortunately, this occasionally happens. I haven't seen this bug in a while, so maybe, hopefully, it's not something that no DLC people have. But all right, black screen for a second. Hopefully, yes. Bear with me. Yeah, you can send 2 volunteers. Okay, it's only 2. It's 30 divided by, or minimum of 30, then divided by, like 4 divided by what you have or something. It depends on what you got in the field, so you can kind of spam out some units and sometimes get a little bit more in. It's the battalions, right? I forget. I've written down somewhere. All right. Okay, so we should be back here. I'm loading it up. It's one of those silly persistent bugs that we just had here that they can't seem to fix. Okay, here we go. So now we've got the air map mode. So you see here we've got air regions. So I'm clicking this bottom here or hitting F3, the little plane there, and we're seeing air regions, right? So if I put up some air on air supremacy or have... Serious? Oh, it does take a bit to go up, don't they? I don't know why they're not going on a mission. It's not assigning any of these to the mission. That's very strange. I unfortunately may have found a bug, a pretty bad one here. Let's merge up all our units here. You're not at war. It should assign them though, should it not? I can assign some of them. I can assign Naval Patrol, right? Do I have navs? Okay, so maybe I can't do it unless we're at war. You guys are right. Okay, we'll wait for the Spanish Civil War, and I'll come back to this. All right, so we're getting this here. I'm gonna grab radio next. Oh, actually, no, we're not. So, sorry. So if you accidentally select something, you can go back here and pick this. And once you have that one selected, you can switch it. So let's say here, do you want to switch? Yes, I do. Between these two, I'm going to grab Dispersed. The Concentrated gives you a little bit more factory output, which is kind of a good thing to get. But I'm going to grab this for the retention and the base. The reason why maybe as a new player, you may want to grab the right side is if you're switching your lines off pretty quickly. Air volunteers are a DLC thing. You're right. I can't send air volunteers. Okay. I'll test something in a second. I'll just wrap this up. So as a new player, you may want to grab Dispersed Industry for this efficiency base and the retention. As this goes on, your production will get a higher value. So you have a cap of 60 initially. This will be 70 and then 80 and then 90. And when you switch lines, you lose efficiency. So when you switch to like gun 2 or gun 3, your factories will lose efficiency. So going right side slows that down or lowers that issue. I'm gonna save again, just because I want to test that, because I swear you could put certain things on missions, even though you weren't at war. So, all right. So like I said, we're just going to test something. I will reload this, so none of this really matters. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So it was the fact that I wasn't at war. All right. So when you're at war, this is what the screen will look like. You can assign units to missions. You'll see here that we've got fighters in the region. We've got complete control right now because they're not contesting it, but we do have average air mission efficiency and air detection. So air detection is based on like your radars, and if you've got a lot of fighters up, you'll detect their your air, and you'll get more engagements. Your efficiency is a couple things that affect it. It's your coverage, which is your range. You need to be able to cover the entire zone, and you'll also have airbase capacity. So if you see here, each airbase has a size. So level 3 is 600, and let's see where we got another one here. Level 6 is 1200. So you never want to go over that number because it really affects your efficiency. As we unpause, it should go up. Yeah. So this number's going up because we're building up efficiency. Weather affects it, but we want to make sure that you're getting up to like 100 air efficiency. Here, let me just oops. Here, I can turn off AI too. All right, yeah, there we go. So now we're up to 100% air efficiency. It has to do with your air coverage. So if you see here, so these planes here will have a limited range. If they were trying to do northern France, they would only have partial coverage. So you want to bring them as close as they possibly can, and also you want to get planes that have air range. So like I was saying, in parts of like in China and in the US, some of the air zones are quite big. See how like the Rockies is quite massive. And then obviously the sea zones are quite massive. And sometimes like you just don't have the airports. So you may want to go heavies in other parts of the world. In Europe, you're good to go with the fighters, because at fighter 2s, they're like, here's the 0, here's the 1, and then fighter 2s will be a little bit further out. So you actually get pretty good range, but yeah. Yeah. I did just want to explain that. I was hoping that, yeah, I suppose I don't, it's something you kind of don't think of, like whether or not you're at war, but yeah. So I'm just gonna reload there. We'll go back. Okay, and we did pick. Sorry, did I? Here, I'm gonna go back to this one here, just to make sure I didn't actually change anything. Okay, yeah. Army innovations. All right, so again, we've got some political power, so we can do a pick. I'm gonna grab our offensive guy, and then when we finish that other focus, we'll pick captain of industry. Germany actually gets quite a bit of political power. All right, I'm clicking around a lot, and I really should be explaining what I'm doing. So I'm adding more units to the recruit and deploy here. We can set a location to deploy them. And then if you want to deploy them early, you can do them individually with this line. Or you can do it as a group. It'll deploy as many that are sort of ready. You need a minimum of 20% training to get them into the field. Deploying them early will put them in as green units. So you see here, their experience modifier is a little bit low. So I'm going to put them into this. They're going to join our massive group now. And then I'm holding shift and I'm clicking the exercise button. So the units that are not fully exercised here to regular status will start training. And you'll see here they actually have a little skull emoji, and they're getting a little bit of attrition. That's completely fine. Just don't exercise on the front, and don't exercise in tiles that are high attrition. So like mountains and stuff like that. Or make sure you have supply with them too. But otherwise, they'll lose a little bit of equipment, but it won't be too crazy. So if you come up to here on the very right, you'll see this little combat logbook. You can bring this up, and I hope this is not a feature. Unfortunately, I think it doesn't show us losses by without the DLC. But when you do have combat, we will show like the losses and that in this log here. It is unfortunate. Sometimes it should show you the losses overall. But maybe, yeah. Okay. So continuing on the research, we want to grab machine tools, and this one, I'll try to cut that out so that it's a little bit more seamless. But yeah. Okay. So we finished army innovations, and then, like I said, I want to get 4-year plan. We do have the option to get another pick. Yeah, so we don't quite need our theorist yet. We could wait enough and go up to free trade, or maybe I'll hold off for our captive industry pick. And it's really unfortunate I can't send air volunteers. All right, so this is the Spanish Civil War. We were waiting for this event. National Spain has declared on Republican. Well, there's two sides to this. So they've got the Democratic and the Communist side. They're on this. And then you've got the nationalist side. I'm actually not entirely sure how this is going to go without DLC, because there is the Loud Resistance DLC has like a huge rework for Spain, and it's essentially the only civil war I've seen in the last 4 years. So this is going to be a new exercise for me. But yeah, so if you right click the countries, you'll bring up the diplomacy tab. So you can see here that's Portugal. If I right click there, you can see France. So I'm going to right click on nationalist Spain. And we have a bunch of options here, but the one that I want to do is send volunteers. All right, so we can send up to 2 volunteers. The chatter was correct. We would not have extras, but it is based on, it does say here, we have a limit of 2. And sometimes it tells us why, but it's based on, we need a minimum of 30, and we need a few other things. Why did that not go? And then it's based on our army size, so maybe we can see it up here. I'll point it out if I see it, but sometimes it will tell us how many we have the ability to do. No. Okay. All right, so it'll generate a little bit of threat, which is our world tension. We've done a little bit because of Rhineland. We don't actually have to worry too much about that. But yeah, I will pick someone to send. Let's do... Oh, we do have all the traits. This is very good. I'm happy that we've got this, so I can show you guys this stuff. So we want to pick someone who's going to be good to level up. Usually I would send motorized with Rommel, but yeah, let's just send him anyways. Don't worry too much about who you pick, but just send a general, and we'll see that there. We'll see a little bit of combat, and I can talk about combat when they get over there. Okay, so we have some decisions available. I'm ignoring this. I'm just going to click this off and this one off. We don't need to do any of these at the moment. And then missing that. MEFO bills, we can ignore MEFO bills. They're just going to increase. And then we have volunteers and transfer, and yeah. Okay, and we don't have any extra picks for our army XP just yet. All right. So 2 units have arrived in Galatia. We do have the ability to upgrade someone or upgrade Rommel right now. I'm not going to pick this because this is our only option, and entrenchment speed's not particularly the best one to grab. If I did send a motorized, I could actually do our cav bonuses. So yeah, you know what I'm actually going to do? This is a little bit cheesy, but I'm going to delete one of our guys and send them back to our pool, our manpower pool. So I deleted the template in the divisions, so that stuff's going to go back into our manpower pool. And I'm going to send another volunteer. So we have one over there, but we can send another one. And I want to send a motorized. So this was sort of an afterthought, but I think it's a good way to show you how to grind, or what to grind in that. Okay, so I'm going to move this guy up to the front. And then I'm going to add a field marshal. So I click that extra plus button on the left side here. And that'll add to our general to a field marshal. When you have a field marshal and a general there, they split the XP. So I'm going to leave that for now, but you can pick a guy there. I'm going to add a front line here. This is a little bit of a trick. Sorry. Holding control, I'm going to add a front line. Sorry, holding shift, I'm going to add a front line. So I'm clicking that button, I'm right clicking the top and then dragging. So now I have an arm group with 1. I'm clicking the offensive line to get that there. And they are assigned to that. That's interesting. I'm going to see if this trick I might need a DLC for this, but I'm grabbing a garrison order and I'm clicking an area where they can't go to. So hopefully this works. Okay, so you'll see here, this guy here is not moving now. And if I move this forward, okay, so he's getting planted. All right, so what I just did there was a little bit of a trick for planning. It's called a field marshal line for, it's a field marshal exploit it's called, I think. But essentially you make a field marshal line and you make sure that this guy is not assigned to it. And the best way to make it not assigned is to do a garrison order to somewhere where they can't go. The reason why we're doing this is so that this guy here can get some planning without moving. Right? A little bit to take in, but you'll see here beside our experience, we have our division planning. This is a bonus, which will get two points per planning bonus. I'll show you in the battle what that looks like. Entrenchment is sort of the opposite of planning. So instead of getting a bonus when you're attacking, you get the bonus when you're defending. And then these are based on a bunch of other stats. So I'm gonna hold off, let this guy build up that planning. Okay. And then we got the other Galatian unit. So I'm gonna add him to that, and we're gonna move him over manually. Right click to move the units. And then I'm just gonna right click to enter this battle. And so you see here now that gray battle was the nationalists previously attacking. So these are the nationalists attacking. We don't have any intel on that. We don't know how that combat's going, but we just know that there's combat. And then when we attack, we get information based on that bubble. So you'll see here we are the general in charge. And then we have our unit. You see here the nationalist flag. These are the Spanish units. And then this is ours. You see here there's some terrain modifiers. We're fighting in forest, so there's some negative buffs because of the fire forest. And then you can see here an overview of that. The plus country bonus comes from something. It's going to be either a national focus or, in our case, not a national focus. I'm not entirely sure where that one's from. It's a So there's multiple ways that they can come. These bonuses can come. So you see in the planning bonus, that was that 15% that we grabbed. Country can be things like, it can be spirits. It can be, this is our chief of army, actually. That's where it's coming from. Our chief of army gives us plus 10 attack. But yeah, so like I said, the game's all about stacking modifiers. You want to sort of get more positive ones than negative ones. So we're attacking there. And then he's going to be in that battle in 3 days. And you can see here, as the battle goes on, we lose planning. We can reinforce another tile by holding shift and clicking the, sorry, not shift, holding control and clicking the battle. You'll see here we have a red line that's attacking, or like sort of a pink line, and then we have a blue line. So this red line is attacking and will move into the tile. If we hold control, this is a support attack. So they're going to support the battle. So you see here, I move forward 1 hour, and so the motorized unit is now in the reserves, and they have a chance to reinforce every hour. They have 4% currently, and if we finish radio, that'll be up to 9%. So radio is quite important to get on early on, but we will see this probably tick in about 5 hours or so. Maybe, yeah, there, he gets in at that last moment. So you see here, this unit's almost deleted. I'm going to move forward another couple hours, and then you'll see this tile gets knocked out because the organization of the unit that's defending is very low. They've also got low strength, so their stats are quite low. If the organization hits 0, they lose that tile. They will retreat from it, and you'll see that right now that they are retreating. And then we have the ability to attack into here. If we beat them to that tile, we will get an overrun. I don't think we will because they have a 50% buff to when they retreat, but we'll see that they get into that tile. You also notice that this guy didn't move. He didn't move in. So see here, the battle restarted. He's still got that very low org because we didn't let him reorg very long. And they're still attacking. So I'm going to attack this tile here. I think this is a mountain tile. So this is a good opportunity to show you what different terrains look like. So this terrain is forest. So that we've seen that it has the negative 15%. Mountains are a little bit more painful. So you can see here, terrain is negative 50 for certain units. Mountaineers actually have the bonus. So if anything, we should be attacking, the mountaineer should be attacking this tile. Yeah. So I'll wait till we actually get that. But what I'll do here is I will move him down here. This might be a little bit of a smarter plan. Move him here. I'm going to keep that battle going. Okay. And now I'm going to move the motorized into that battle, and we'll pin with the mountaineers. And this will show you the different stats. Okay, I ended that battle before should have, but so we have negative 50 on the regular infantry. Hopefully these guys reinforce in time. Again, base value is very slow. I'm going to take this guy and move him on. So if we had researched radio, he would get into the battle a lot quicker. That's one of the important reasons why you want to get the battle. Oh, so actually we had an example where this is a bit of a bug. So this here, this unit should have died, because we beat them to the tile, but it didn't. So it looks like he's going to get the chance to retreat out. That is a slight bug that's been in the game for a little while. It's unfortunate that we actually get to see it. In fact, if this was a player, a really cheesy thing they could do is select their unit here and hit H, and they would retake that tile encircling this. But yeah, that's not going to happen. All right, so yeah, see, this unit should not be there. Okay. Battle restarted. Now we're in. So you see here, our terrain debuff is only negative 15 because we have a mountaineer, whereas they have 5-0. So we have 1-5. They have 5-0. So there are special units like mountaineers that have benefits to certain terrain types. This unit here is going to die. This is actually a really messed up situation because of that bug there, but yeah. All right, we'll just watch this unit get encircled. You see here it has an encirclement debuff, and then when it loses its organization, it'll be deleted. So because it has nowhere to retreat, it's gonna disappear. And I might be able to show you that. Yeah, okay, so here's the example I was talking about, where if they hit H, they get that tile. That's a bug. I hope they fix this one day, but okay. I'm gonna stay on the port, but actually, screw it. I want to show you the encirclement. Okay, so now we have 2 units in this encircled, and then they should be deleted in a second. All right, so luckily the AI is holding the port for us. In the meantime, we did finish a focus. I'm going to continue down for autarky. And then we were looking to get this guy here, the captain of industry. So I'm going to pick that. and then continuing on. And it looks like we are struggling to trade. So, okay, so this is something to explain here. So occasionally you have insufficient resources. So we have 3 rubber. They're not quite delivering what we want. So I'm going to cancel with them, and then I'm just going to trade with the British Malaya. Even though they're not, they're going to be one of our future enemies. If Siam's not giving us the trade we want, I'd much rather have the trade than worry about giving Malaya 1 factory. All right, so this battle's continuing. It takes a while with Spain. And of course, clearing a mountain tile takes a while as well. But you see, we are deleting a unit, and then when this battle is over, very soon, they will hit, when they hit 0 here, boom, they're deleted. You see the helmet icon? They're gone. And then I think we should be able to look at our combat log now. Yeah, and so if you see that last battle, we lost 23 manpower, but they lost 3.8 thousand. So that sort of adds up in the grand scheme of things. Some of the battles here, like this was we lost 200 manpower. When you do lose manpower, you lose strength, you lose stats, and then they have to refill that. It's obviously much better to make your enemy lose those stats, but yeah. All right, we're gonna drive on down to Bilbao now. In Spain, the objectives, you want to clear the north first. It doesn't matter actually. In the DLC, there is a there's a focus that they need to get after they clear the north. The Spanish Civil War is a little bit more simple. But yeah, so you probably noticed that we've been gaining army XP. We gain army XP in our battles. We're gaining a little bit of XP on our units when we're winning. When you lose, you take a lot of damage. You lose XP. So obviously you win battles. And then if we hover over, does it not show us? Okay, so it should show us here. It's not showing us, but sometimes it shows you the projection. There must be a DLC feature. But yeah, so if we open up the little traits icon, because we sent that motorized, we're getting a little bit of cavalry leader experience. When we fill out that full experience here, we'll be able to select this as one of our level picks, and that'll give us a little bit of bonus on Rommel. You can get all of these medals. So Rommel currently has Trickster, but you can get a ton of them, and stacking your generals and making them very good is a great way to go. It's what you want to do that. Like, it's better to have a few good generals and focus like your stats in a small area than just to like kind of spread it out. Another good way to another really good option is this here, adaptable. You see, I was talking about the mountains where you have the negative 50% and where the mountaineers only have negative 15. Well, you can get sort of that down, like reduced by a third or 30% rather, with adaptable. And then same thing with the hill fighters and mountaineers. If you get 2 of these, you can pick adaptable, and it's a very good option to reduce those penalties, because you get them on essentially everything. You get them, with the exception of like planes, you get some sort of reduction, and adaptable is a very good option. And they all have their own specialties. You can just kind of hover over and see what they actually do. But yeah, I'm happy that that's now base game. I thought that wasn't a base game thing. I thought you needed Waking the Tiger, but yeah. All right. So again, we want the planning bonus. So it needs to be on a plan, on a field marshal plan, which I just think, and then you just need to be standing next to that tile. That should be going now. Yeah. So the mountaineer or the motorized is now getting planning. Here, I'll move you that way. And we're going to go for the port. The port is their supply. So I suppose this is a good time to talk about supply. So you see here, for us, supply will emanate for their capital. Yeah, so we don't actually have supply coming in here. We're getting Spanish supply. So the supply comes from this thing here. This is the capital hub. And then it'll emanate from these spots, this one here, or it'll follow the road to here, and then it'll come out of these hubs. You never get supply directly on the rail line, so you're not getting supply from here on that rail. The supply is coming out of here, like via donkey or something, right? Like or motorized. Currently, it's you know, horses are pulling wagons to bring supply from these hubs. Each state has a little bit of supply, like local supply, like to like, you know, like, oh, if a town has like a little bit of food or something, like in the supermarket or whatever, right? Like, so if we hover over, you see here like supply hubs from Burgos. Most of the supply is coming from the supply hub 3.2 there. There's a base supply, and then there is infrastructure has a little bit of supply, population, and then victory points. So supply is very important in the game. It's not going to be a huge issue in Western Europe. You don't tend to hit supply issues, but in Russia, like you'll see here, there are some spots where there's no supply hubs between these areas. This is a very bad area for supply. Anything past like Gurki and this, like it's just really hard to get supply out here. Like these supply hubs are very important things to hold or to take, depending on what you're playing as. So yeah. Okay. So we're going to be pushing for this one here. If we take out this supply hub here, they'll only have local supply, and then they'll start to attrition, and then they'll be very easy to finish off. So that's what we're doing here. I'm going to go forward and build up a little bit of supply. And we actually do have a doctrine available. So I guess this is another thing we can talk about. So there are 4 main doctrines for land in this game. There's mobile warfare, superior firepower, grand battle plan. I'm just going to zoom out a second. Grand battle plan and mass assault. We're going to be going, as I said earlier, I said mobile warfare right. So what that means is we're going to come down this tree, and we're going to be going off this side, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to go this side. So right. There are benefits for each one of these things here. So the first one unlocks a little bit of breakthrough. That's sort of your defense when you're attacking, sort of like it prevents damage or reduces the damage, because it's a little bit more speed, so we can get to those tiles a little bit quicker. When you move units, you lose organization, but with this here, you get 10% less. The one that we're about to unlock here gives us organization for all infantry and motorized mech. That's actually very good, this plus 15. It also unlocks a tactic. I'll explain tactics later. But if we look at our division in here, so our motorized division has 50 organization, and this one and the mountaineer has 75. Those are pretty good numbers, but I'm going to unlock this right now and then open this up again. Now it's got 62 for the motorized, which previously had 50. And then this has 89. Anything, if you've got above 30% organization, that's sort of like 30% or 30 organization, not percent. 30 organization is probably the lowest you ever want to go for an offensive unit. And for your infantry, try to keep it above 50. But you can see here, just by clicking that button, we've got a lot more organization. So organization is what keeps us in the battle. If you played other Paradox games, think of it as morale, like morale in CK3 or EU. It's sort of like what keeps you in that battle. We've seen earlier that when their organization hit 0, they were forced to retreat. If you're attacking and your organization hits 0, the battle stops. They just stop attacking. So, yeah. I'll explain what this one goes down. So the next bonuses will get stuff to tanks. Tanks will get more organization. Tanks actually have very low org, so you need to have infantry with them. As you come down here, you get more org on your tanks, and this will let us have a higher ratio of tanks to our motorized when we're designing units. Some recovery units. It's just the right side gives us the best tank divisions, and you can see here there's another all infantry gets organization. So you can see how very quickly, just by researching this, you get very good stats. Yeah. So you only get to pick one of the 4. Germany starts off with mobile warfare, and we're going to be building tanks, so I'm going to stick with it. However, if you wanted to do an artillery build, superior firepower is probably the way to go. You have a lot of these plus soft attack ones, not just on your infantry, but also on the line artillery itself. So you can either get the plus 10% on the line artillery, or you can get on your support companies. So it's just depending on what kind of build you want to do, you'll have that. So artillery builds or air cast builds, because down here you have like very good air stats. I I will have videos on this later, or you can just kind of look up what the doctrines do on YouTube, or also on the wiki. You can see kind of like what each one's good for. For Grand Battle Plan, it's good for entrenchment early on. You get early entrenchment, and then depending on which side you go, you have planning. So the planning stuff that I was showing you earlier, you can get very high planning. So I think with left side, you can get up to plus 30% on top of everything you have. And that's like the base 30. So it gets, it can be really high. I think you can get, I don't know the exact number, but you can get like double your stats just from planning alone. And then right side is actually really cool because of this night attack one. This is one of my favorite ones to grab if I'm doing like an infantry build, just because this actually functions as effectively 25% full stats. It halves your night attack debuff, so you end up getting like a lot of stats overall because your night attack is so much higher. Mass assault is good for infantry builds that have a lot of battalions in them. You can because one of the things that it does here is it reduces the combat width. I'll explain some of these things when we get around to it again, but just keep in mind that this is sort of like, think like Russia has a ton of infantry, and they're running infantry and they're trying to hold the line. You've got like 10 divisions per tile or something. You know, you want to come down here and do mass mobilization, or maybe you start off like that and then you want to switch to tanks, and the mass assault tank side gives you the ability to sort of do that, you know, maximize that infantry, you know, combat width thing. It's not quite as high as the other side, but if you want to stack a lot of infantry, but then also have sort of good tanks, not the best tanks, but you know, pretty good tanks. Yeah. All right, that's it for the land doctrines. I don't want to overwhelm. We'll just keep going here. All right, so we have a red bubble this time. Looks like we're not in the battle because we have to reinforce. Again, not researching radio has been a little bit of a bane for me. Okay, and so now as we're reinforcing, seeing here that we're actually doing decent stats to this, and the color is changing. It's fairly accurate in terms of like whether or not you're winning a battle, but it's never 100%. So sometimes you'll have other modifiers like they're not quite in the battle, like they're stuck in the reserves, or you'll have a lot of air damage, and it doesn't account for air damage very well. But yeah, you see here they reinforce with another unit. We'll just keep the attack going. If it fails, we'll retry and we'll restart and try to get the planning up. But yeah, okay. And it looks like we've deployed some more units. So I'm going to go back to our main theater and plop those in, and just see if we can force out as many here while we've got it. And we're taking a look at our manpower in the field. So we're nearly at that 500. So I think by the time we finished autarky, we might be able to take Anschluss. Okay, back to the battle. It's just sort of going on, grinding. We'll try to get this. As we're doing damage, we're getting XP. So it's not a bad thing that the battle's taking long. So it's going to say here. No, it's not. So let's just open up this here and it'll show us. So Rommel's leveling up. It's starting to get more and more experience. You get experience when you do damage. So that's what you want to do. You want to encircle them and close the pockets. So when we take this will be encircled, and then this stuff over here will be also encircled. Yeah. Okay, for our next pick, that's a good question. What should we do? Oh, you know what? I did forget, but we should have picked this before grabbing this doctrine. I got a little excited because I had a bonus, but if we had picked this theorist first, we would have had a bit of a discount. So I'll grab that for the next one. Again, it's not necessarily going to be the most optimal build, but we don't have to worry too much about that. All right, so we're slowly winning here. I could have pinned that other guy there who was reinforcing that battle, but it looks like we might kick him out. Nope, they got in time. So we kick one of them out. I'll try to keep an eye on this. Maybe we can pin it with our other unit. Oh, Okay, so all right, so I'll explain this now. What's sort of happened and what I'm looking for. So we kicked a unit out of this tile. They forced them to retreat to here. The AI then thought, oh, I'm losing this battle, and this battle's important. So it's now trying to reinforce with this other tile. It takes a little bit of time to reinforce, about a couple days sometimes, depending on like a bunch of factors. But as it's going, I can now change out of that battle and pin him. And if I keep him in this battle, so long as my organization stays up, this one won't be reinforced. And this is almost about to be knocked out. So you can see here this is going down. Hopefully this battle will last long enough for me to take this tile. So this is pinning units. You want to pin the ones adjacent. If you've watched videos where you've seen people scream pin, 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 well, that's sort of what you're doing there. Now that I've got this tile, I can actually halt this battle. And they're not going to be able to push me off. I'm going to be able to hold this. And you see here now, and you've probably seen it a few times on our units, but they have these little crates. The yellow means you're slightly not in supply, but orange, and as it goes on, red. These are very bad in terms of attrition. They take damage. And of course, here let's kill the let's get this one here on this tile first. But they take damage as they have no supply. Yeah, and also in the battles. Here, I'll just show you again. In the battles, you'll see here they have a low supply debuff. This can get pretty high, so yeah, it's good to close the pockets. These are all mountain tiles. Sometimes you want to corral them onto a tile that's not a mountain tile. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little hard to dislodge them from here, but yeah. So we'll stop this and build up some planning for you. And make sure that we have a thing. All right. And this battle's almost done. In such a situation where we've got other units moving in, it might be good to do a support attack with the control. So this time the motorized won't move off of that tile. All right. A lot of talking. We do have our modify government option, and we do have the 200 political power we were waiting for this. So I'm going to grab that. Okay. And then we should be reinforcing. I might do... Here, I'll do this, delete this, and we'll prioritize reinforcements for the next little bit. So one thing I want to watch for... Here, let's... These guys are not fully equipped just yet, but... we don't want to be entering too many battles with low strength, fighting strength. And the reason why we've got low strength is they're not being reinforced because I've been recruiting a lot of divisions. So because we've been putting all of our guns in the recruits, the ones in the field have not been getting it. So we're just going to hold off for a little bit and see if we can get deliveries. And try to get our fighting strength up to 100. All right, and that is autarky done. We can now grab Anschluss. This is a little bit early, but that's not a bad thing. Because what's going to happen is this event gives us Austria, and we get their factories and their manpower. So, and we get all their equipment. It's kind of a good boon. Okay, so let's wait. Let's hope we get this equipment here. Okay, yeah, so I think... I'm hoping they're not prioritizing. So I'm gonna give these the high priority, give these guys low priority, and I'll stop exercising just for a minute. We'll come back to that. I just want to make sure that these guys are getting stuff in the field. There we go. So they got a delivery that time. Let's just wait till we get 100%. And deliveries sometimes take a bit. There's Italy. All right, come on. They take a bit sometimes. What's our gun deficit looking like? It's not too bad. Should be getting a... We'll definitely have guns once Anschluss fixes. Or finishes, rather. Yeah. All right, so for research, I'm just going to be continuing it on. I'm going to hold off for this one. I want to use the bonus on this in 18 days. So another thing we can do is... Here, I'll just grab this one for this. I'm going to bank. We can save up to 30 days for research. And then this is going to be finished in 18 days, and that'll unlock this. And I can use the bonus on this one here on machine tools. So I'll show you that. So we'll just keep that going. We just got Anschluss, so that finished that. So they'll get an event. Austria gets an event, and that gives us, they accepted, and then that gives us all of Austria. So if you like seeing the map expand... All right, thanks for the follow there, bud. I think that was on our Twitch. Okay, so we also got their army, and then we got some of their guns. So I'm gonna again stack those onto here. Just keep them spread out, and we'll pick another focus. So we can do Memel right now. I might wait a little bit so that we can get our factories. And you can see here our civ count is going up quite a bit. So we're up to 59 factories. And we're doing quite well. We may have to pick some new stuff. And then we're waiting for machine tools. We also have our doctrines. So previously this one here cost us 50 to get. Had I waited, it would have only cost us 35. So we want to save XP so that we can get down this tree further. This time it's going to be 35 because we did get our theorist. And then that's it for our bonuses. The next one will cost us 85. Unless we get some more bonuses down the line, which I don't know if we do. We do. We get 2 more here if we get Army Innovations 2. So you see here, 2x 50% cost reduction. That was that bonus there. So we'll get those later. And yeah. And of course here, let's see what we actually picked. So we got reinforce rate. That's very good. We're going to get our radio done soon. So they're going to get into those battles a little bit more. And then the rest was tanks. We don't have tanks in Spain right now, but this will help with our tank designs later. Okay. And so we're fully equipped. That was an event for Austria, but we're fully equipped now. We have full planning. So this is a good time to attack. Oops. So they stopped the battle there instantly. You can see here, it's nighttime. We got a debuff, but in the day, that goes away. And oh, we very quickly took that tile. I like that. Okay. And then I'm going to do this. Oops. Okay. And we get into the battle. There we go. All right. So we want to get them onto one tile. So just reinforcing with one and then attacking with the other. Okay. And then I think, so we did finish this one there. So with our banked up political power, I'm going to use the bonus on this to get this about a year early. So we'll have the 39 extra 10% cap in 38. It'll add up quite a bit. Oh, it looks like we had an extra bonus. I thought we only had the 2, but I might as well use that one on the dispersed industry. And then we're going to do this one here. So you see it's 1937, and I'm researching the 37 tech. We've been focusing a lot on the domestic side of things, and that's what you want to do early in the game. You want to make sure your economy is going well. You want to get all your early domestic focuses and researches done as you prepare. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we're going on attack. We do have some more political power. I'm loving that Germany does have the so much political power. So I think it's worth going up to war economy now. And we'll see actually the difference that we save. So we have 12 factories. And then with this, I think this will save 2. I could be wrong. Let's see. 3. So that essentially, changing that focus gave us freed up 3 factories. Now, 3 doesn't seem like a lot, but because it's that extra 5%, when we have 200 factories, it's going to be 10, right? And we have 300, it's going to be 15. So as the game progresses, that's going to be a bigger and bigger, benefit. And it's good to get them early so that you have that stuff done there. We also have 100 for this. We could get our recovery rate guy, but I think I'll save for our air designer and our tank designer next, which will be this one. Yeah, we could have went to free trade. That might have been a good pick. It still might be a good pick. Yeah, it is unfortunate that it's quite expensive. I'm reluctant to switch, but this might be one that you want to pick early and then switch back. But yeah, we'll see. All right, so we're just slowly attacking them here, trying to get them into a smaller and smaller group. And you can see they have very low organization. They're just kind of shuffling back between these 2 tiles and not getting a chance to recover. Spain is grinding, like doing force attacks on them, which we don't really want to do, but yeah. Okay, and then you see that battle just completely ended like that. So sometimes that's how it works. And if we look, yeah, that's 22,000 manpower there in the one battle. All right, and then if we take a look at Rommel, he's got a little bit more XP, and then we're a little bit further down for the cav leader. Having 2 units isn't a lot to grind. Would be nice to have a little bit more. Can we send more now? We can send 2 more divisions. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip over to here. And I'm going to convert one of you to a motorized. We're going to switch this and this. So as we're deploying more units, we can actually get more into Spain. So do this. This will increase the threat a little bit, but yeah, it's not a big deal. All right, so same idea. I think the next push we should do maybe for Madrid, help out the nationalists a little bit. So again, start the field marshal law line and move them down. I could show you how to do the other ones. So we did show you how to do the sort of the exploit one. Just normally you would do this just with the line, and then this is assigned to it. See how you have the arrow? So this is just assigned to it normally. This is kind of what they intended. The reason why I don't do it is because they will shuffle along this line without your control. So you don't want to do that for your offensive units, but you may want them for your line holders. When we get to war, you'll see more examples of this. Right now, this is just the volunteers. So, all right. Go on and get 6 more factories. Okay, so we have a couple things here. So move you guys down. So we're gonna have 4 units. I will move this to that. So you see here we have a river crossing. Oh, they took that tile and retreated very quickly. We have a river crossing and 3 angles. So Rommel already has Trickster. Trickster is the one that you grind with attacking from 3 directions. But we will also get a river crossing. The Engineer, rather. Engineer is one right here with the river crossing. So we'll get some points in that when we cross rivers. When you take this, rivers have a debuff. So I'll let these guys get into the battle, and then I'll show you what it looks. Oh, that was very quick, unfortunately. See if I'll attack from here. This will give us a river crossing. So you see here, depending on the size of the river, there's debuffs. So with the medium rivers, it's 40 Some of the small ones I think are 20. The really big ones I think are 75. But just keep in mind that if there's a big river, that's a good spot to hold if you're being attacked, or it's very difficult to get across. So yeah, so I'm just going to do this. We are sort of getting past our supply. So this is going to be converted here in a second. So I might actually move to here and then move down. Oops. So I'm editing. This is the edit mode. And I'm right clicking here and doing that. All right. So they should shuffle a little bit. Like I said. And then I think, yeah, so now you've seen our supply situation. We had all the red crates and now they're gone. Well, it's because this is being converted. Okay, I thought it was because of that. That's incorrect. It takes a few days to convert. You don't really want to attack when you have no supply. So see how the red crates? We're currently getting active attrition. So I'm going to see if I can shuffle a little bit. Yeah. Come on, convert. I know you have a rail line. Why are you not? Okay. It might be good to come up from this side. If this isn't going to change. Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to Spain in a second. We've got some domestic stuff to deal with. So we have free civilian factories. So if you see this icon, you want to sort your construction queue. The longer you have it open like that, the worse off it's going to be. So we're looking for places that have lots of building slots. So you've got some here. Oh, you've got a ton here and here. All right, so we'll pick our new states here. Westfalen. And I'm just grabbing these. So infrastructure first, factories, infrastructure, factories, infrastructure, factories. And around early 38, we're going to switch over to mills. In fact, we could probably get our synthetic, keep that one there. Yeah. And then 200. So yeah. So I want to grab our aircraft designer. So we're going to want to research our next aircraft very soon, way ahead of time. And then we're going to do tank and do the same thing. Okay. I really wish this supply hub would convert. Oh, it's not even connected now. What's going on? I guess so they were building that and then they stopped. Okay. So how's this rail line? Madrid is the bottleneck here, so I think maybe if I make the push, see if we can get around to it. Yeah, I completely overran him. Okay, so this should kill off all the supply in this area. Sorry about being really quick about that. I just wanted to get to Madrid. So we're gonna do this here, close off this, and then the rail will come through here to do this. So we'll get supply in that region quickly, but kind of a roundabout way of doing it. All right, and then we got the encirclement. And then, so see how they're kind of shuffling? This is why I don't like them on this line here. So I'm just gonna halt them and then restart that. Okay. And then with this, we'll just support attack. Okay. So now that I've showed you the basics of the battles, I'll kind of do them a little bit more quickly. If we come across new stuff, I'll explain that, but yeah. So Madrid should be getting supply now. This is getting supply. So it's looking very good for our side and not so much for their side. So let's set up a line here very quickly. Do planning. So in that case, I only set it up because I had one selected. So if you do that and it says 1 divisions and you're like, wait, I want 4. Select all of them, hold down control, and then click the line. And then now those exclamation marks, this here means it's not assigned. And then you can hit plus, click that, or you can hold down control. That'll do that there. Okay, and then so for this, we're just gonna try to pocket this stuff up here. Yeah, because the Soviet volunteers are there. All right, so we do have another folk research. So I'm gonna research the next fighter. This is ahead of time. It's gonna take a long time for this to finish. Penalty is very high at this moment. Yeah, I think we're just gonna eat it. So I'll wait a little bit for the tank one, so we're not doing too many at once. Okay. Have you rush into there? You go here. So I wish if I had access to this Spanish one, I would double combat here to get this battle over with quicker. I might actually just do this so we grab this. They're still connected there, but that should be a little bit quicker. And we attack this one. This might be a better one there. There we go. So pin that. That one's going there, and then these are all encircled up here. Or not. All right, this is about to collapse for them. Okay, and China declared war on see, okay. That's interesting. Usually they form together with all the DLCs and they unite to fight Japan, but maybe that's not the case. All right, so we're gonna grab the next research slot. Okay. Just want to keep this one pinned here. This one's going to enter... No, this one's attacking out. That's really strange. Okay. And... they're cut off. All right, perfect. All right, so closing encirclements is one of the best ways to get XP. Oh, that was the Hindenburg disaster. Okay. And we were saving for our army. Or armor, yeah. Okay. So I'll close this pocket, then we'll close this one. Do. Okay. So I'm unassigned, I'm deleting, and then I'm just going to manually move them up. Just so that they're there before. So I make sure that they're going where I want them to go. This is kind of how you would micro your tanks. And then we can assign. And then they shouldn't. If I have them only on a few piles like this, they shouldn't shuffle too much. And we don't want you to go yet. So just build up some planning. Okay. I'm not doing the lines very well, but you'll find that they're quite tedious to set up. Okay, so they're set up on a line with these three now. And I want to get planning, and I want to get planning quickly. So this is a good time to talk about the special abilities. So you see here we have got force attack, it's last stand, and staff office plan. So force attack is it's going to keep them in the battle longer. You do take a lot more org damage, like your strength damage. Sorry, rather. So it's something you want to use sparingly, but things like naval invasions are pretty good to use force attack for. Or if you really need to pin something like desperately, you might want to use it. If you're encircled or you really need to keep a tile that's like important to the like integrity of your front line, you might want to use last stand. A trick that you can use for this is if you pull them off on their own general and assign a new general to them, it costs less. So sometimes you might want to pull them off and hit last stand. In this case, what I'm actually going to do is I want planning and I want it quicker. So this will make it happen a lot faster. And you see there, it cost me 5 command power, which comes from here. You need command power for things like getting new generals, like rolling new generals rather, like Like with like this here, you can make a new commander. Some countries don't have a whole lot of generals. Same thing with admirals, and you also need it for selecting these traits. So yeah. So like sometimes you want to use it sparingly, sometimes you run out, but we have a lot and it's a good time to use this. Okay. All right, and you can see here, planning, we had an order on, our planning would be going very quickly. You see here, yeah, it's just chunking up very quickly. Chunk. Okay. I want to get into this battle before it ends, so let's just do that now. Yeah, there we go. And of course, because the Soviet units are a lot bigger, we're getting more XP from them. And all right. So we took out the volunteers. We see Rommel's about halfway now to level 5. Okay, let's come down here. And we should take a look on our cav leader. Yeah, so we're now at 100. Not super great, but we'll probably get that a little bit into the campaign against France. Okay. Might as well use staff office plan here again. We'll just help the nationalists finish this off. So this is a battle plan. So I'm just hitting the plus line. This is how you might use a lot of your infantry. This is how a lot of people play the game. But if you have good units, you might want to micro them like manually. So I'm just trying to show you like the plethora of ways to do it. And just pick what you feel best with or most comfortable with. Yeah. So you can see here, we've actually got a seasoned motorized, and so they get modifiers in combat. So if you actually see, are they both in the same combat? Yes. Okay, so you see here, we have 2 units that are in combat. We have one that's only level 2 trained, and we have one that's a level 4 seasoned. So we could probably guess which one of these 2 is the veteran and which one is the seasoned. Well, it's probably this one here, right? So you see here, experience plus 50%. That's that modifier there. Getting good experienced units gives you good stats. And, again, HOI4 is about stacking modifiers. So this one here has no benefit because at trained you're at 0, a regular you're at 25, and a seasoned you're at 50. You get seasoned status from winning combats. You can train up to regular manually, but yeah. So see here, obviously you want the bigger stats. Bigger numbers means you're doing more damage, means you're taking the tiles quicker. Yeah. All right, again, we have Army XP. I think I will save this because the next ones are for tanks, and we are going to start designing units here pretty soon. So we'll kind of bank them up before war. You can bank up to 500 per. Yeah. Okay. Can I get you guys to come here? See if we can get another encirclement somehow. Yeah, I'm sort of comboing like the orders and not, but I'm probably gonna switch back to the field marshal way to do it because that's just how I like to do it. Yeah. Okay, let's actually do that. I wanted to show you the battle plans, but yeah. Okay, so control, field marshal, no. So hold down control on the field marshal. I always mix them up. Is it shift? There you go. It's shift. So you want the little one, if that makes sense. And then, of course, garrison in somewhere you can't get. So anywhere in the Sahara is a good option. So if you see here, this line here, this means that troops can't pass this line. So there's a few spots like anywhere in the desert. Australia's got some spots. You see here the Alps, like you can only go through a few tiles. It's just because it's impassable. You can't go over these mountains. So, yeah, just pick somewhere you can't get to, like this, or a neutral country, and then they will, when they're standing on the border, they'll get that planning. Okay. Okay, and so we want to make sure that we're not pushing them onto a mountain tile, which we're not. That's good. Okay. So I'm gonna to be honest, this would be a good one to attack here on this side. So when this battle stops, yeah, that was a not very important event. When this battle stops, we're gonna counterattack. We'll push them off very quickly. We've got construction. Okay. And then crossing a river, but it seems to be fine. And you'll see that I'm occasionally like checking the stats in that of like what the battles look like, just to make sure that we're not like getting major debuffs or anything like that. All right, so we've got another focus, or not focus, research. So we can get our excavations to be a good one to get. This is a little ahead of time, so yeah, I think we'll go with excavations. And ignoring. Oh, actually, because I stopped recruiting, so I may want to do this again. And I'm looking at our modify or our production, and we'll see here, like we've got a lot of artillery, which is good. I put a bunch on artillery early, but we're lacking a little bit of support equipment. So I'm going to go up a couple of factories on support equipment, come down here. And yeah, I think we're going to stop our tactical bombers. We're going to put another one on this. And I'm just going to keep putting one on CAS and then one on the fighters. We will be going up on those pretty soon once we have that researched. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of balance our logistics before war. Yeah. And then so with the tactical bombers, we have the ability to merge them up, and I'm just going to remove one of the air wings so that we have that sorted. So this is merged. That's the merge button. I put them all on one airport initially. Going over, if you're not in combat, this is fine. You can train them in an airport. That's fine. It's just if you are fighting an enemy, make sure you're not doing that. We're going to keep all of our air wings for the fighters, but not this one here. So I'm deleting this tactical bomber. So we have 400 tactical bombers. This is going to give us the opportunity to do some stuff in the future. And then transport naval bombers, I'm just going to leave them. We could actually train these right now. They will use fuel, and I'm going to just do the shift train to train them until they're regular. Again, same way with Army. You want to get the experience up. Otherwise, yeah, it's negative 15 and negative 15 air attack and negative 15 agility. It's not super great. But those fighters aren't really good to use. We will be upgrading them and then removing them out of those wings, like replacing them out of those wings. But yeah. All right, back to the battles. There's Japan on China. So I want to actually look at this because so if we can't actually see the war screen, but if we come here, click the globe, go to current wars. There's the Spanish Civil War and the Chinese Civil War. So we bring up this screen here, and it looks like, yeah, Shanxi is actually not in a faction. There might be a peace deal, or they might join. Yeah, they might join the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, the Japan faction. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, okay. I'm actually very interested to see how this works without DLC, because keep in mind, I play with everything, so yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that kind of China. So just as I predicted, Shanxi, yeah, they've joined the faction. So usually they don't join that side. Okay, so and then we can also look at the Spanish Civil War and the kind of casualties they've taken. We haven't taken nearly as much, but it doesn't show it unless we see it here. So I can see the last year that we've up to last year, and we've only lost 1,000, which is pretty good. Yeah. All right, so we got the 5th research slot. So I think I'm going to grab the computing machine. I'll grab some of the radar, and then we're going to want to start working on our guns and our tanks for the next kind of researches. And we could get our coal liquidization now. I might save it for the next one, because if I take this early, then we can get a bonus on this one. And so that'll, yeah. And then you can see here, this gives us more output on our synthetic refineries. Germany struggles to get rubber, so this is a good way to get it. Yeah. So we could do treaty with USSR, give us the research 1 year ahead of time for the tank models. I think I might save that though. So I just got to double check. Yeah, I'd much rather have the Panzer bores for that bonus. So we're gonna wait on this one. We have the option of doing the Autobahn or the war economy to give us the mills. We can kind of wait on that. Or we could do Sudeten. If I can get enough units out. How close are we? Not very. Well, this would be enough. If I can get... How many days would this be? 17 days, I think. We would waste a little bit of time. How about we go and do Memel first, and then we'll do Sudeten. Yeah. So this one here gives us claims in this area here. We'll get claims here, and then we'll get claims on Memel, and then Lithuania will give us a state. It's one of the states that Germany had like in World War I era, so there's historical reasons to claim it. It's kind of, you know, if you know your history, you know your history. Okay. All right, so closing off these pockets. We're going to get some more XP. And then I think that event was Marco Polo. I apologize for clicking off the events very quickly. I see it, and it's just my brain automatically clicks off of it. I've done this so many times that yeah. So that was just Marco Polo saying that China had gone to war. Sometimes the events are a day later, so okay. All right, yeah. So we're closing off 12 divisions. U.S. is done. Neutrality Act. All right, yes. So Neutrality Act from the U.S. They're not going to intervene right away. And then we've got Chinese United Front formed. So China now has a faction. And they join with essentially all of the, maybe not all, but yeah. So they join with Communist China, JB Shenma, and did they annex Gongji Click? Okay, well, yeah. All right, and so we've got these two warlord states are not in the war, but usually they join. So that might happen later on, but we'll see how it goes. All right. Yeah, okay. So you just get some of this. When you play, sometimes these happen like right away. Oh. And they happen like all at once. You get a bit of a jump scare with that. That's why sometimes you might want to turn off minor pop-ups when you're kind of used to it, but we'll keep it on for now. Okay, and then so we have our veterans, and this is the best experience level that you can get for units. Yeah. Okay. All right, so another thing we can do now is we've got templates. We actually haven't looked at the templates yet, but I can show you here now that we're starting to get a little bit in terms of equipment in motorized. We could go up on motorized combat width. So right now there's a change in the combat width numbers. So you see here hills are 70, plains are 70. So 18 is actually not a very good number. I've been kind of ignoring it just because we haven't had the size. I might add one more motorized. And then this one here, I'm going to make our medium tank division. So it looks like we need a little bit of equipment. Let's give it the elite status. When we do add equipment to it, it's going to lose their strength. So I'll save this. So the ones that are in the field lost a little bit because they now have expectations for more trucks and that. Again, if we just wait until they refill, it's fine. Okay, so I think another good spot to go is, again, we're looking at supply. And so if this here is going to be quite beneficial, and maybe if we push down to Mercia, we can kind of cut them in half a little bit. So yeah, let's do that. Yep. Okay, so field marshal line, give them an order. They're still on their garrison, that's fine. So we can go here, I'm going to hit S to split them in half here. Let's split S to split them in half again and go here. All right, so we've got 3 units going, or sorry, 4. I'll show you another thing that we have happening here. So they're actually getting climatized to the heat. So it's July 31st in Spain, right? Southern Spain. So it's quite warm. So they're getting a climatization. If they don't, they actually have heat attrition. So you can see here that I'm actually getting 9.1%, and we're not getting as much org regain. So yeah, it's quite warm. So you can see the weather. If you just hover over the tiles, you don't even need to look at the states, but you see how here it says 23 degrees, very hot. Well, I don't know if you could tell if the game was made in Sweden or not, but yeah, so it's actually not too bad. The weather's 23, but you are losing, like, people, they don't want to fight in 23 degree weather. 24's weather is warm. We probably have some better examples here. Yeah, here we go. Extremely hot, 32 degrees Celsius. That's a little bit warmer. So parts of the world are quite warm, 30. Yeah. So I guess 23 is hot, but yeah, in the wintertime, you get the opposite problem. So in the north right now, it's like, 8, 15, that's fine. But you'll get negative numbers and cold. So yeah. So weather is a factor in this game. But I wouldn't worry too much about it when you're starting out. Just kind of like notice that sometimes you'll get buffs and debuffs for it. Okay. All right. So we were thinking of hitting this. So because we have low supply, I'm going to attack it right away. I'm going to see if I can kind of grab it before we lose too much. It's a little bit of a it's a bad thing, but if I can get it quickly, the benefit outweighs it. So we are doing an attack with a negative breakthrough, or less breakthrough than normal, but it might be worth it. All right, and so China flooded the Yellow Sea. So these are one of the events that they can do. They have the option to actually break the dams. And so if you see here, they have extreme flooding modifiers. These state modifiers change how things happen. So see here, division speed, local manpower. You can't strategically redeploy, and then supply impact. And they got that for 700 days because of flooding. In Spain, I don't know if they have it. Yeah, so if you have the La Resistance DLC, there's state modifiers for unplanned offensives. So the Civil War actually moves slower. That you'll see here on the little things there. All right, so we're in August 37, still in Civ building mode, and I'm surprised. Okay, so here we go. So we have more building slots now, right? And we're gonna just keep building in the 100s. In fact, I might even. I'll finish it. That's only one away, but we've got 100 in all of these states. We probably won't finish all these civs. I might switch them out to mills soon, but yeah, we're just gonna keep building in the 100s, just because they build the quickest. Yeah, and we have something to unlock. So I might get our synthetic refining speed. So this one here gives us industrial speed and refining. It's either that or we pick our war industrialist. You know what? I think it's a little bit early for the war industrialist. Let's go for refining. Yeah. And then the next, yeah, after rubber producing is done, I'm going to select this right away, and then we'll grab our research bonuses later when we get to it there. Okay, so we took that supply hub. So they're now going to have the problems of supply. Once this switches over, we'll start getting good supply. Yeah, and see there. All right. And so this guy's in a battle. And so when we attack there, we actually lost a little bit of XP. So we lost a little bit of HP. So we lost our XP. Yeah. So it was a bit of a dicey attack, but So I'm attacking here on a hills tile. I think there's a mountain. No, it's just mountains to the south here. All right, he's coming behind me. I'm just going to keep pushing just to see if I can get this unit. So I was trying to overrun this one. Again, we got that bug. So we might actually get it circled here. If he hits H, that's an encirclement. So, oh, okay. So we knocked him off the tile, or the AI did. So I'm just going to come in here behind. Okay. And then research what we were researching. So we're getting close to this here. We got radar to get. Yes, we need the rubber production. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I can get Valencia. See if they come out. So I'm gonna hit this because to double combat this. So this is a good example. So because this division is attacking here and I'm attacking it from this one, they're getting a modifier right here in multiple combat. So it halves their attack and halves their defense. So it's actually a very good thing to do, is to force them into multiple combat. It's something you want to look out for when you're attacking, or when you're fighting and you're doing your micro. Is situations where you can kind of exploit them for doing that, and then you'll get your encirclements like this, and then it's all about making encirclements and then exploiting that. Now you want to boot up the game without DLC? Yeah, I mean, give it a go. Give it a go. Yeah, you're not out. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna support these attacks from here, so they don't move. Oh, and they moved off of Valencia, so this is actually a free tile to grab. And of course, because it's a port, it is also a supply hub. So yeah, you can see the line is starting to crumble, and it is getting better for us more and more each stage. Just want to make sure something is coming into that tile behind us. Okay. Let's shift our way down here. See if we can exploit this a little bit. This one's moving to there, so this one can go here, and this can go here. Okay, so now we've got that cut in half. This is their only port out on this side. So if I do... Right, I'll move both these here, and then we'll go straight to there, and then keep that tile on there, and hopefully if he doesn't move, we're good. Oh. There you go. So now this is all encircled. And then look, I'm getting a free port here. Okay, so all of this is encircled now. It's like I said, once you know what you're doing, it makes the... Oh, actually, this isn't encircled. There's a port here, but this one is. Yeah, so you can see they're kind of like pushing their way out. Let's attack from here. Support with that. So okay, so this is another thing to watch out for. When the AI cycle charges like this, they're it's very beneficial for the defender, because they start and stop the battle repeatedly, and it doesn't really do much damage to you, but they take a lot of damage. Okay, so we've got Easter claims that opens up Danziger War, which we need quite a bit for, but we should be able to demand Sudeten now. So I'm just going to do this. Plop. Okay, and then how much do we have in the field? We've got 100 units. We've got over 1 million, so I'm going to stop building infantry. And then we're going to do demand Sudeten. And Sudeten will give us this state here from Czechoslovakia. Yeah, and so these guys should be shifting out, and then we're going to train them up. Memel folds, right. So we did that focus, and then that gives us Memel and the core state, which again was this one here. Gives us a couple of factories. It's good to have, you know. And somehow we don't have core on that. It did say that we were getting core, so. Yeah, it is core. Okay, so we shouldn't have to occupy it. Yeah, it just that was just a weird little thing there for a second, but. All right, so these are mountains. Not the best thing to attack with the motorized. So let's come down here and maybe take out these tiles. I'll attack with a mountaineer. That's fine. In fact, actually, come down here and hit this this tank. All right, so that one's cleared. This way. All right. And I don't think they'll get out of the port. Yeah, they're dying. So okay, so I might leave the AI to clean up that, because here we go. So it is. I don't know. We had a bug earlier where it wasn't showing us the traits. So yeah. So I'm gonna keep going up this way. Maybe come up here and snake to Barcelona, or cut them off this way. And I'll let the AI clear up down there. Okay, so. Do this. Okay. So another thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we're not running through. So when I clicked here to go here, it takes like the quickest route. So sometimes you just want to go behind the back line and hold down shift, and it'll pick another spot, and then hit shift, and then do this. And then, you know, we can kind of move them like that. Just because otherwise, they'll run into that line. It's something as a new player you might want to keep an eye out for. Okay, so we're gonna get planning here for the mountaineer. Oh. And then we'll do another staff office plan for R4. I'll go up quickly. Okay, so what did we just finish? Not entirely sure. But we're coming up on getting these ones here. Getting our tanks soon. Yeah. So let's do excavation. And then I'm going to grab the tanks around the beginning of 38. Okay. Got full planning here now. That battle. All right, so I think I overran that guy. I think I'm just gonna go run straight for this. There we go. Clear this open, and then make sure no one's trying to walk into this tile. And then like this. How's it going, Christy? Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a no DLC run playthrough where I'm explaining everything I do for a new player. So I may not be super responsive. Okay, you should not be moving. You're going here. Probably could sneak down to Barcelona. I'm gonna not take it so that we can get more of these closed off for more experience. But to end the Civil War very quickly, we probably could. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, they're quite close to capitulating. We will need a lot of like more of the victory points, but I just want to make sure I'm not the one taking it. You should be in the battle. Yes. Sorry, no DLCs on the current 1.13 version, the version that's coming out on Tuesday. So, yeah, it's just okay, so that's why I was worried about taking Barcelona, because this would end, and I was hoping to get a little bit more XP out of them. But that's fine. Okay, so we're at a good spot now. Germany's looking like it's starting to be built up. We've got a few divisions. We've got some XP to use. Yeah. So it's now just a matter of building up and switching our production. I'm gonna try to get out a few good tank divisions. They're gonna be mostly motorized in the beginning, but we'll start switching out to the mediums. We're gonna have a lot of air being built up when we switch over to military factories. Yeah. And it does look like I want to switch to this template for everything and then get them to size. So let's see here. So they're going to be using a lot more artillery and support equipment. So we did underproduce support equipment, which is kind of fine. We will catch up to it. We've got a good amount of trucks. Got a good amount of guns. Transfer planes we don't need to worry about because we're not actually going to be using them. And then navs are fine because they're one in there. And most of these are now fully trained up. So here, let's move the transport planes and the navs away. When you lose fighter or planes, even from accidents, you lose XP. So sometimes they just don't fill up to full. But yeah. Okay. All right, what's next? So I could grab I think I'm going to save up, get Rommel so I don't forget him. And then, oh, we need the war industrialist soon. Okay, division, so yeah, so if you see here now, the Memel used to cost, I think it was only 0.15, now it costs 50. So as it goes along, it's going to cost more. We do have the option to reduce that later through Slovenia, maybe? Munich Conference, Annex. Oh, okay. So we're going to get, so Poland gets a state here. So they get this state here. And then we get Sudan. And we get some base war support and stability. So things are looking up for us. Let's do first Vienna, then go down to fate of Czechoslovakia. This also gives us more factories. So I'm gonna start going up on planes. And yeah, we do need those planes though. I'm just gonna check here. Germany doesn't get an air fighter bonus, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, there's so much in the DLC, so we are missing quite a bit of things here. So I'm just gonna hold off, and we're gonna bank some political power, efficient resources. That's fine at -4. We're okay. I'm going to go up on guns. I'm going to start building a tank soon once we get the mediums, which should be our next research pick. So after machine tools, I'll switch this to a tank. And if you look here, where production cap is 70%. Just wait till this finishes. Three days. And Britain and France announced an alliance. That's okay. And then now you can see it's plus 80%. So, you know, it's like 10% might not seem like a lot, but it's 10% on top of everything. And like all these bonuses start adding up. Yeah. So we still got a year away for our planes. We will get them in like early 39. So we will have the good ones. We're going to have a few, you know, good air wings. We're going to be better than the British. Okay, so we are also researching the next tank, which is unfortunate that you don't get a medium anymore interwar. So if you have the DLC, you can get a medium interwar, and then you can kind of build up some efficiency, which is what I want to do, but I can't actually do this. It's a little bit trickier without the DLC. despite it, seeming easier. Okay, so that's going to be ahead of time. Let's get this guy here. So we don't need divisions. Okay. Yeah, and I can't design our tank division just yet either, so. But we will be grabbing like pretend these are mediums. We're gonna have something like this to start off with. It's gonna look like something like that, and then we're gonna switch them out so that they're mostly mediums by the end of it. One thing I could start producing is, just in case we encounter a lot of casts that I can't deal with, I'll put a couple factories on anti-air just for our offensive units. But yeah, okay, we're gonna do Fate of Czechoslovakia now. We could do radio propaganda. Oh, and so we did lose our we lost our civilian guy. So you lose the captain of infantry when you do Sudeten, I believe. So it's okay though. We're going to be switching over to Mills here in a second. I'll grab you. And then, so for the ones that are partially built, we'll finish them off. How many did we end up building? 100. So we're going to get 100 and something with Czechoslovakia. So I will start building. We're going to do military factories and synthetics. And we're going to do these together. So just in the states that have the bonuses, these will finish, and then we'll start building the mills. No template for anti-air. I will add those to. In fact, I'll just add it to our motorized right now. Okay. All right, and these will be our tank divisions. Okay, so as we get fighters, we want to add the air wings. So they take a bit to deploy now. So you'll see here it's going to be May 17th. Okay, so you got some options with Fate of Czechoslovakia that finished. So we can set up Slovakia as a puppet state. I think that was historical, maybe. You can partition it with Hungary and give them like bits of Czechoslovakia, or you can just take all of it. It doesn't matter too much, but you do see how you have to modify MIFOs. Yeah, I mean, I'll just take all of it personally. It's not really going to be too much. Like, you'll have a little bit of resistance in both of these states, so maybe that's sometimes why you wouldn't do it. But yeah, but now that we have occupation resistance, I can show you how this system works. So we have an occupied territories. These are not our cores. So we don't get core bonuses. We only get a percentage of the factories. In this case, we're actually only getting 40% of their factories. As our compliance goes up, we'll get a higher percentage of that. Same thing with their resources. We're only getting 58% of their resources. Now, you have a occupation law. So right here, you get some modifier bonuses, but the big thing is this here, the resistance. So it's suppressing the resistance, and we're getting some compliance growth, but there's a debuff to it. So if you go like lower down, you get more resistance but more compliance. See how you're getting more compliance bonus. If you go higher up, you can get less resistance, but again lower compliance. It's good to keep it on military governor for now. If you don't really know which one to pick, just pick military governor and just set and forget. If you want to grab some extra factories, harsh quota is a thing to do, and then you can do forced labor for more resources. You can kind of micro it and deal with it this way. When we don't have loud resistance, the there's you can put some spies to help reduce this. And then this here will tell you how much it'll actually grow to. And you can see here, we're expected that the cap is around 10%. So we can kind of leave it now. We're going to get some resistance up to around 10 until the war. It might get a little bit higher during the war. But if we keep it on military governor, we don't really have to think too much about it. Now, what it's using for a garrison template, I will show you the best template to use. Not that. This. Okay, so here, let me just remove. No, not that. Here. I'm changing that cav division that we have, and I'm deleting these, just so we have fewer divisions to talk about. But this one here, see how this is just cav? I'm going to call this our garrison. Okay, so you just want to have cav. So you can do a 2 width. You can just have 1 cav, and that'll be the best. When you research military companies, you can military police companies, you can add them to this, and this will give a bonus to the suppression. So cav has a bonus of it's 2 per. So if we look, sorry, mobile, sorry, cav, yeah, so two suppression per. And it's based, the math is kind of weird. It sort of takes like these stats and then divides it by this to like the battalion, and then it requires so many battalions. So you see here, I'm requiring 2.7 divisions. I'm going to switch this, and you see how it's like it needs artillery and support equipment and a bunch of other stuff. Well, I'm just going to switch this to the garrison. I need 4 of these, 4.6 of these, but they're smaller and they don't actually require artillery. So you see here, I paused, I went forward for a second, and it's just requiring infantry equipment. So that'll pull out of this pool. We've actually got quite a bit, so we're kind of good there on that front. This should fill up. And then, yeah, so that's now fully garrisoned. And then, like I said, this will go to about 10%. We can get it lower if we did martial law, but I think this is fine for now. All right, so we've got some free civs. We've got factories. We've got 110 factories. It's a little on the low side for civs, but we'll get civs from our neighbors. So I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, so I'm just going to do that state there again with the infrastructure. Yeah, and then we can do our synthetics would be a good one to grab right now. So we got synthetics 1, 2, and then I need this one and this one and then this one. So that's 5. So the earliest I could go to war is 5 times 70. So sort of May, maybe April 39. I'm probably going to grab these ones too, just before the war, and end army innovations. So that's going to put us up to 8. Maybe we do this right after war. So 7 times 7, 70. Yeah. Okay. So coal liquidization next. Again, you can kind of switch around the order and play like which ones are which. Yeah, I want these for the synthetic refineries because we're not going to be able to trade once we go to war. We're not going to be able to trade for rubber at least. Yeah. Okay. So this is another important thing I could talk about is these encryptions. So now that we're down here, you want to grab the ones, we're in 38, so you want to make sure that you're keeping up with these. So encryption will give you, it's about the equivalent of 5% stats. So if you lose both of these, like our encryption, this will stop the enemy from having 5%, and then this one will give us 5%. Now the enemy will also research these. So if you get ahead of time, you'll get a 5% bonus. But if you're behind, they get a bonus. So you want to keep researching these. Just keep up to date. So 1938, by the end of 38, make sure you have both of these. Same thing with 40, same thing with 42. This is the spy mechanics in La Resistance replaces this, but these are important to keep up to date. We'll also get radar at some point just for our dogfights, but yeah. All right. So we're catching up. We're going to get some of these researches. 180 days for our tanks. So I'd like to get the tank bonuses by then. So maybe we'll get that stuff next. All right. And so We're good on factories. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to do something kind of interesting. So I'm going to add a second truck line. You're probably wondering why we're doing this, but I'm going to add like two to the second truck line. When I switch to mech, I'm going to switch this line, and we're going to keep the trucks for supply reasons. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to look. We want to build in our core. Also, could get this here for that infrastructure, so I can start building in this area. Because we are sort of running out of slots. This one, I don't think we're getting. There we go. Okay. I might, even though this isn't super efficient, we will put a panzer line in just because I'm gonna start getting tanks, and I want to make sure we got something to build for it. I'm gonna switch these to mediums. Ideally, we would have medium 1 doing this. So once we finish this research, I'm gonna immediately switch this over. So the efficiency is not gonna be like a good balance, but yeah. In the meantime, we'll grab one more factory. Okay. All right, so this is core. No, that's not worth it. We are actually, when we finish this, we'll get more building slots. So yeah. So, yeah, spoiled for choices. Spoiled for choices. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually, no, I won't do that. So that's 4. That's 8. So we've already down a few, so. Okay. Like I said, I did want that bonus right away. 3, 4, and 5. That's at 41. Yeah, I'd rather have that bonus right away. Okay, so we're going to do these 2 next. Three. Yeah, I think I have to do it. Just because we've got so much production right now and we're building very quickly. Okay, this one. I'm going to research the... All right. So we've got our bonuses. We'll grab you. We'll grab your infantry guy. Starting to fill them out. Could grab our Chief of Air next. That might be a good pick. In fact, it might have been a better pick than this because we don't need these till war. But yeah. Okay, I'm just going to keep putting air up. All right, so they accepted the treaty. So this gives us, oh, there's our one ahead of time bonus. Perfect. Okay, so I don't actually need to get the next one. This one's going to be for our later one. I forgot that there was one on there. It's been a while since I played without the DLC. So we're going to do this infrastructure one. But treaty with the USSR gives us the tank stuff. And then before we go to Danziger War, we want to grab Molotov. This will prevent the Soviet Union from attacking us after we take out Poland. And I'm going to grab Air XP next. Probably you or you. All right. So we'll start building our medium soon. And then at the end of the year, we want to make sure we're building mech. We want to fix our guns. We want to get our good guns. Okay, I can stop trading so much. Boop, boop, ba-doop. All right, here we go. That's what we wanted. All right, and then this is the year ahead of time. So we timed that so that we can get the bonuses. So this is going to finish in 200 days. So in the middle of 39, I'm going to have 41 tanks, right? And then we'll get another bonus, and I'll get Panthers pretty early too. So we're going to switch to this. I can show you now. So we have the designer on this. And then we can also modify them once we have some XP. So we can make them quicker if we wanted. We can add a little bit of reliability. It's very high already at 95. We can add a bit of armor. But again, mediums are quite good. So 60 armor is really good for 39. And then main gun is where most of your attack comes from. So you might want to, if you're going to upgrade anything, probably your gun first. But we're not gonna bother upgrading the guns. We're just gonna do the tank with the designer. And of course, this is where our trade is mostly going to be going. So we need tungsten, and we're going to be trading with Portugal. Now, Portugal, we've got a land route, and we've got a land route until we go to war. When we go to war with Poland, we're going to have to turn this trade off and just take the hit. And until we finish France, and then we can turn the trade back on. Either that, or we have our trade get convoy raided. So ideally, we don't want to lose them to convoy raids. So yeah, okay. So we're starting to build 2 a day. I'm gonna keep around. Probably go up to 27 factories, and then we're gonna go up on fighters, and then yeah, okay. So we'll get more synthetic rubber, war economy, army innovations. In fact, I'll do army innovations after, or like do this, then go to war, then do this maybe. Yeah. Let's get the factories. See here, our factory count's going up way quick. So we're gonna have a lot of good equipment. All right, and so that's our encryption finished. I'm gonna grab radio, or sorry, the radar. Okay, and I'm very excited for this this fighter. This is very key to the early game, or to the early war. All right, did we get it? Yes. Okay, so with the Autobahn, we got the infrastructure in the middle. So now I can build here without worrying. Was it as efficient as it could have been? Not really, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're going up on planes. And one thing we could do, so like I said, with the new combat widths, we don't actually know the best numbers right now, but I think 20s are actually pretty decent. So the old meta of 7.2s might be something to do. So I do this. This will give us a 7.2. This might actually be a pretty good division to use. I'm gonna try it. If you look for advice on combat width, I will have some videos on my channel. But yeah, I'll go through the divisions designer right here now for you. But the optimal combat width isn't quite known. We think that it might be 15 width, but the 15s are small. So I'm gonna save this 20 width and try it. and it might not be the best, but yeah. So I'll talk about all the things that we got here. So we did talk a little bit about stats, but let's just do a full overview right now. So obviously max speed, this is the speed that it works at, like your base speed or whatever. HP is how much health it's got. When you take strength damage, it's the calculations based off your HP. So you want this number to be high, 150, like 400. These are good numbers. With infantry, you want to keep their org above 50. So 49 is probably as low as you want to go for an infantry division. For tanks, you can go as low as 30. We'll show what a tank division looks like, but try to keep the org up when you're designing them. 20 is probably a good number. Recovery rate is how much organization they recover at. So when you're not in a battle, you regain your organization. So when you fight, when you move, when you get attacked, you lose organization. But the recovery rate is how much org you get per hour. Reconnaissance is based on rolling your tactics and countering your enemy tactics. So it increases the chance to pick better tactics, and it also gives you intel when you fight or before you fight. Suppression, you don't need to. This doesn't matter in battle. Suppression is the stuff that we showed with the horses and the garrisons. Weight has to do with your transport requirements. So when you move them across water, or if you try to pair drop with them, the weight is sort of what's calculated. It's one of those stats that you can kind of ignore. Supply use does matter. So at 1, that's not too bad for a division. But like when you get up to like the 3, the 4, that's when you want to start putting logi companies in. This is how much they consume on that tile. Average reliability is it's a reliability. So you suffer accidents, or if you're on those mountains, you do the attrition. Like that's part of that calculation. So there's no effect above 100. It says here, but it's like anything above 80 is pretty good. And then reliability bonus, you can get a bonus if you have mechanized. We were talking about the trickle back with the hospitals. So that's your base stats. Your combat stats, this is where it kind of matters. So soft attack is when you attack infantry. So infantry is soft. So if you look here, they're 100% soft. So the way that it calculates is depending on this hardness percentage, it'll either do a hard attack, or it will do a soft attack. So if something is attacking it, it's always going to grab the soft attack value of the attacking army. And it also, you also deal damage when you're defending. So it does matter. So with most AI units, when you're fighting AI units, you want to stack your soft attack. Hard attack is for tanks or for fighting against motorized. I'll show you what the motorized unit looks like. It'll have probably around 20% hardness, and that goes up as you make better tanks. So it's either rolls a soft attack or hard attack, and then the odds are essentially here. So it's always going to be 100%, and your infantry will always take soft attack damage. With air attack, this is counters like your cast, like I was talking about earlier, and then it also reduces the effect for air superiority. So there's going to be an air superiority modifier in the battles. I'll show you that when we start fighting the allies. We didn't actually see it in Spain because the nationalists get air superiority, so we actually don't have to worry about it. But the air attack does reduce it. That's why I'm putting a little bit of anti-air in the tank divisions that I'm going to be building. So defense is, this is your defense value for when you're holding a tile. So when you're getting attacked, defense is part of the calculation. Like when they do attack, this reduces that. It's good up until their attack. So if your defense is higher than their attack, you more or less counter about 75% of that damage. And then if it's above that, you don't counter as much. It's a weird way they calculate it. So it's not like it's like a 1-to-1 relation. It's sort of like a scaling relation. Breakthrough is defense, but when you're attacking. So when you're attacking somewhere else, and they roll against you, that's your defense modifier when you're pushing at them. Okay. So it's like the defense and breakthrough are essentially the same stat, but the two different sides of the same coin. So yeah, it's sort of like the little shield with the arrow icon. I'll show you to you later in battle stuff. Armor is your unit's armor value. Obviously, infantry has 0, but when you have tanks, you'll have an armor value. We've seen on the mediums, they'll have 60. So it would probably give this division, if there was some mediums in here, you might have around 30 armor. And then that stops the units from doing a percentage of damage up to, it can cut your enemy's attack against you by half, depending on their piercing. So the piercing pierces the armor. The piercing is like if you had, like, let's say 30% armor or 30 armor. If you had 30 armor and you had 30 piercing, well, that would be able to pierce that, right? Or 31 piercing, you would be able to pierce that division, and their armor value wouldn't be affected. If it's like 15, you might have a percentage, like sort of you encounter 75% of it. So you'll partially pierce it. When I see those icons, I'll point them out in battle once we have armor battles. But like effectively, when you have tank divisions, you can get good stats, and then you can kind of nerf your enemy stats, and that's how you get the buttery smooth pushing through their lines thing. Initiative is initiative is sort of like a planning bonus, and then also a little bit of coordination. It also lets you reinforce the battle a little bit quicker. So it gives you reinforce rate, which is not here. But you have a global stat reinforce rate. So initiative is part of that. You get initiative with signal companies. So normally it's going to be a 0. It doesn't matter if it's 0. It's not like it's really bad for anything. It's just that there's extra bonuses that you can have. Entrenchment is basically, this is the base entrenchment value for this unit. This can be modified based on like other things like your general and like certain spirits and that. This gives you a bonus to when you're holding a tile. So like planning, you have an entrenchment value. So this would be 3.4. So you would kind of get like 6%, 6.8% attack or defense bonus on the base. And then if you had a general, it could be even higher than that. But yeah. Equipment capture ratio. So if you have not mechanized, mechanics. If you have mechanics, you have a equipment capture ratio. So when the enemy loses equipment, you can get a percentage of that. You can get up to like, if you research it all, it's like up to like 20%. So sometimes you can make some meme strats where you can capture a lot of their equipment. If you have anti-air in your division and you have that, I keep forgetting the name. Maintenance. Oh my God. If you have maintenance companies, you have maintenance companies in them, you can also catch casts. Like you can knock them down and then fix them up. Yeah. And then combat with, like I said, it's in a bit of a flux right now, just from where I'm recording it. The values change every now and then of what's like most meta. But yeah, so currently the good numbers are looking like 15, 10, 25, 35. I'm just going to try 20 because it doesn't look like it might be that bad. But yeah, so in terms of the numbers, don't worry too much about this right now. But if you see a lot of exceeding combat with negative modifiers, it might be because your combat with number is not efficient. Yeah. All right. So the last part here is just your equipment. So what's in it? So you got manpower, 8,600 manpower, training time. That doesn't really matter too much. If it uses fuel, it'll have capacity and usage. Obviously, infantry doesn't. You'll have how many artillery is in it, infantry equipment. So this is how many guns we need for it, and then support equipment. So each division will have these requirements. And then you can look here, you can actually set like what kind of equipment goes into it. So I have a bunch of like Austrian equipment and Czech equipment because we annexed them. So yeah, I'm just letting them use everything here. But yeah, that's how the division designer works. If you don't want them to like use a certain equipment, you can kind of deselect this or like disallow that. But I'm not going to change any of that. I don't really care too much for the infantry. But yeah, so that's our infantry. I did promise that I would show you what the hardness value is. So yeah, so your motorized only has 10 to start off with. We'll double that with that mech research. And yeah, and then again, when we start adding tanks to this, the armor will go up. Actually, we do have the research and we have the medium. So like I said here, so we now have 26 armor, even though we've only got 1 battalion. I can switch this out. We can probably remove a couple of these. So depending on how much we have, we actually don't have that much in storage right now. So yeah, so I'm not actually going to save this, but by the time we get to war, we're going to build something like, I'm either going to do a 30 or a 35 with SBA. Oh, you know what? They may have changed it. We're gonna have it's gonna be around this size, plus or minus 1 unit. So like I said, we're gonna keep the org above 35. We're trying to maximize our soft attack against the AI, and then obviously our breakthrough is really good. So this is like our attacking unit. So like I said, we have high breakthrough. That's when we're attacking, and then soft attack is against the other infantry. If we encounter a tank, which I don't think we will until we see the Soviets. If we do, it's going to be a really crappy French one. Yeah, they'll use that heart attack value. Okay, so we're lacking a little bit on artillery, so I'll go up on that. I'm going to try that new unit, so that's sort of why I'm kind of way inefficient with this. But yeah. All right. So let's see if we can sort this out a little bit. Yeah, so just for people in chat who are asking, so this is version 1.13, the new version that will be coming out on Tuesday, but we were playing without any DLCs. So this is for new players. If you've never played this before, this is going to be a VOD that is up for you. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a little bit of political power. We've got, we're about to finish war economy. Yeah, we were going to pick our pick. I'm going to actually just grab the superiority guy. So I'm not too worried about that. We're going to get a ton of air XP early in the war. And with having the newer fighter before them, we're gonna shred them. You'll see how good this goes. Okay. So we have one more we can pick here. We can finish off our guy, or we could do our material designer for the motorization. I think we'll grab this next and then grab the mech. We're lacking a little bit of tungsten, so most of our trade is going to be towards that. Again, we only have so much more we can go, so that's a bit of a limiting factor for Germany, is because once we go to war, there's not many states that'll let us trade, so we get whatever we can get from Portugal and whatever we can get from Sweden is about it. Yeah. Okay. So we're quite far with our rubber. We could get some fuel gain. Catching up with that. That's almost done. I think it's time to get our next artillery. And then we got to get our guns. Guns. We're behind on guns, but we'll catch up. And then new fighter very soon. There's our war eco. And then we're just going to go up on fighters. So we need to replace what's in the field. Nope. Yeah, CP is at max. Yep. All right. So motorization. And all right. So we have Molotov and synthetic rubber. And then we can do that once we get after war. We've got army innovations still to do. But yeah, we're pumping. Let's go. All right, we got to get this down. So I will have to we'll have to slam a ton of factories on artillery for a little bit. It's a bit unfortunate. All right, and I do have a little bit of XP. I should have done this before I select it, but with the earlier version, you want to upgrade the agility. Okay. All right, research, guns. I'm going to grab this one first. All right. I am regretting it with the new combat wits. Yeah. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. If it doesn't work out, I'd rather have the better of the two. So we know that with the new combat wits that are coming out for all you all
next Tuesday. 15 is a very good number. We'll keep this at the birds. And then I'm just gonna switch half of our infantry to the 15s. Just so that we fill it up in time. And we'll test both. Okay, 200 days is a lot more. Good. Okay, so that's ahead of time. Okay, so that gives us our synthetics, and you'll see that we did get the things. I want to get Molotov first, so we have it. I'm going to keep building those artilleries for... No, we'll switch it all over at once. Yeah, we can ignore this for now. I'm going to keep building the older ones so that we maintain our efficiency. Okay, and that's another event around the world, Benet. So the US will get a little bit of war support for that. We got our Radar 1, which will allow us to start building that. I will like to get a Logis and maintenance. We're gonna get our next tank here very soon. Okay. All right, we'll let Italy in. Don't need a non-aggression, and we can stop trading for rubber. Okay. I think we're overproducing a little bit of rubber, so it's all about balancing that. So I'm going to start dividing the divisions into groups of 24 and setting them on front lines. So that's one there. At a time, good there. Need guns. So okay, so we're gonna have 24 in France, and then 24 up here, and then just along this line here, we're gonna have the rest, and then we'll have our tanks concentrated here. So I'll show you when we do that. Okay. So we can actually go quite far with this. What happened there? On that side, and then I'll give them just something to follow the tanks there. So. All right, so when we go to war, we'll be at war with Poland and France at the same time, and of course the UK. Once we cap, I'll show you guys. We'll get to it. All right, just gonna start picking our guys. So we have options here. I like to always pick the guys with the attack bonuses, but if you're doing different builds, like if you were playing as France or something, you might want the entrenchment guy for this, or you might want something like bonus to movement or something. Just always look at the traits in that. Good thing about HOI4 is it does tell you all of the bonuses. So we have infantry leader, and infantry leader. Want to sort by attack, and yeah, okay. For our last guy, let's just pick someone at the top here. All right, and so that's going to be pretty decent for army organization. I'll have to go through and reorg this, but let's switch over our 7 to this. I'll wait till they reinforce, but we'll then train them. And plop this here. So again, you can do field marshal lines for this. We could probably have a big field marshal for this line actually. So let's do this a little bit differently, just to show you guys again the different ways to do it. So I'm going to pull you off and you off. So these two here and this guy. So we'll just have them all here. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, patches Tuesday. Okay, so full line here. Oh, I meant to use our special button, Shift. Okay, and then we can just do a full line there. So this is a field marshal line, so they'll shuffle all along this full thing here. And then of course we got general line, and then a general line. We don't actually need to do planning. We're not going to be attacking through the Maginot. We might attack here, so let's do the line here. But you know, just to give you some plans and then some planning. So see, we'll get here. When you're at war, make sure you're never exercising on the front line. It's okay to do it now that we're not. But yeah, okay. So it's June. We have an option now to do Danzig War. Seriously? Oh, you know what happened? Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but because I switched the combat width, we have much fewer units in the lines. Yeah, that's funny. Should have kept it at 18. This is probably a prime example of why you don't want to have to switch them partway through. All right, we're going to switch up to the next tank. And then this will be, we'll start modifying this guy here. All right, so since we need a little bit of time, I'm going to actually grab the army innovations, and we'll go to war a little bit late. It's fine. It's not a big deal. All right. We can also get the SBA, which, yeah. Soft attack is 50, okay. I forget what the icons looked like, so I just needed to make sure. Okay. All right, so we have a few options here for our stuff. I may actually do press censorship because our party multiplier could be 7. That doesn't seem super great, so let's do that. Okay, so we definitely have some planes and reserves. We want to get these out as soon as possible. Like I said, it's a lot worse now than it used to be. Okay, and we will fix some of the airports in the east, or in the west, sorry. So we want to build like just a couple here, because we're going to do a lot of fighting here. And then I'm going to want to put our radar here. Get the good gun. We're a little bit behind on the guns, so should have grabbed that a bit earlier. Okay. All right, so we're looking at 100 days for our artillery. And I'm just going to force deploy these fellas. That should pop us over 1 million. Yes. And let's give it another army. I don't think I actually need them on the front here. But, yeah. Well, you know what? It can't hurt. It can't hurt. Right? Okay. Delete those two because we just overproduced a little bit. But. All right. So, we could upgrade our rail lines. So I'll show you how to do this. So, again, supply emanates from the capital or your supply capital, which will be this hexagon one. It's going to come along here. So we got 3. And then we're going to need to get to the Benelux. So where's the 3? So the bottleneck is here. So the best way to do it is to manually update this here like this. And to do it just so you can see this. And you can do, if you want to really micro it, just do it one level at a time. There is a button, if you click in F4, this one here will upgrade the bottlenecks. Again, I find that it's better to do it manually, just to double check, because sometimes it just takes a weird path. But yeah, so we're going to upgrade the supply there. We're getting to the point where we just need more and more factories. Give us factories. And then, yeah. Are we researching the next radar? We're not, but that's fine. Okay, so logistics companies. We want maintenance as well. Okay, so I'm going to add logistics here. We'll remove the recon later. I'll do this. And then... Okay, so I'm going to save this. In fact, here, we'll just keep the infantry there, or so the motorized. I will replace them later, but that's what our tank division looks like. We'll stop exercising for a second so that they get reinforced. How are we looking for tanks? Still have a surplus, so it's not too bad. Again, we've got lots of fighters. Get a couple of them out. And yeah. All right. So same process, just want to get the infrastructure, and there we go. All right, we're sitting pretty. We're sitting pretty. We just need to fix our artillery deficit, which is going to be done in 100 days. We can then go down on that and go back up on tanks. Kind of wasting about like 20 factories here doing this, so it's not hyper efficient. All right. All right, how long is this going to be? Should we go to war with the deficit? Generally, I advise against it, but you know what? Yeah. Okay. So this will give us the war goal, what we need here. And we're fully these should be trained up in time. And then we want to start moving our air over. So fighters are first. You want to move them closest. They'll be the ones without the range. So we can sort of move them here. Those are some extra fighters. And then Cass will be your next spot. Again, they can only hit stuff that's in their range, in their target. And then, of course, you need to cover the air zone with the fighters. So they'll be on here. They'll be here. And then tactical bombers can be a little bit further out. So we can put them like here. They work sort of like the Cass. We'll have these on close air support in Western Poland to start with. I may need some fighters in Western Germany, depending on if they try to challenge me there. So maybe we'll put these guys here on intercept. Yeah, okay. And we should also have a couple bonuses, right? We got an army innovations. So let's take a look at our doctrine. So we can go a little bit further down on our doctrine now. So more. I mean, that's not too bad. We'll probably get maybe one more before the war, but you can if you do it very efficiently. You get a lot of XP in Spain. You can actually get it fully done before you're even in the war. So yeah. Okay, so that's the SPA, which I wanted to produce. We're going to switch out some of these in a bit. So when the artillery goes down, we'll reorganize our stuff here. But yeah. Okay. All right, so those are all going. Artillery could be brought up to date. I think having another radar is going to be beneficial. Okay. All right, so we're a little bit late. We're a little bit late, but that's not a problem. So normally you want to attack. I think like around September is the date that everyone's sort of expecting, but yeah, that's ahead of time. Ahead of time. Yeah, we're quite caught up, so this is good. Oh, you know what? I might even make a note of this, but we need trains. We need a lot of trains. So you will get trains when you take them over, but okay. We will get trains when we cap countries, but we needed to build it a little bit, which we didn't. I like to build armored trains, but you don't have them without TLC, so I completely forgot about them. Okay. All right, we got lots of trucks. Very good. Okay. We will go with these guys not full. Yeah, and then we got a regrouping guy just before the war. Oh, and you know what? Here we go. All right, so there we go. So a lot of things just happened there. We got an event. Danziger War finished. Essentially what it was a... we demanded that they would give it to us. If they don't give it to us, we get a war goal. Okay? If you're playing on non-historical, they might actually give it to you, but yeah. You don't need armored trains. I believe there is, isn't there? Oh, you can't. Okay, so it's very strange because what happens is I misread that, but it does say here you can do logi strikes with these guys. So I guess you need no step back. That thing is unfortunate. Yeah, tactical bombing still hits trains. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But I mean, you can't use them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we were gonna do. I was gonna get this one right away after, but we could align Hungary in that. They'll kind of join anyways. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, let's get this so we can get our puppets sorted. And then one of the things we want to do. No, sorry. I want to make sure I have the war goals for Maginot. So once we have this, and then we get the ones for Denmark. Once we control Poland, and then we could do this. Okay. Just this is actually a little bit important. You got to make sure you get these war goals because otherwise it hurts. Yeah. Yeah. So just to look, yeah, there is no armored trains. That is the bottom scrolling. There's the war ones, but I don't really care for them. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna build up some planning. We're good for there. We got our org back. Planes are on missions, so all of our fighters are going to be on attack. It's unfortunate I didn't quite finish these off in terms of XP, but if we run into trouble, we'll pull them down. We probably won't. And then these guys are on close air support, so this will help them in battles. We'll get bonuses to our battles. They'll also do org damage to them. These guys can move down here. White depth. Yeah. So I was just making sure that these guys were here. All right. So we are going to lose a little bit of fuel. The train situations, it's a little unfortunate, but that should settle itself very quickly. 2 a week. Yeah. The only reason why we're hurting for supply is because of that. And then that's a little far down, but that's fine. This isn't too bad. I'm just not going to attack with them. But yeah, let's go. Okay. So we declare war. We lose our MIFOs, right? So all the benefits for MIFOs, but that's kind of fine because we're going to get some more political power. I'm not going to call our allies in. I don't want Italy in this war. All right. Got air wings not doing anything. I guess you can be on naval bombing. And while we're at it, like I said, I completely didn't touch the Navy. That's why I showed you guys the stuff at the beginning, but we'll merge up surface fleet. We'll put them on strike force. I'm going to give Mr. Redder this to Donitz, and then we will just get you guys on convoy rating in the Mid-Atlantic. So that's sort of what we're going to do for them. Oh, and I want to put you on engage at low risk. Low risk. Okay. So I'm hopefully they don't actually go out. I'll have to keep an eye on that. We're gonna go down to 2 speed, and then we're gonna do our field marshal trick. Okay, so I showed you guys this earlier. We'll take this guy here, plop you on there, and then we should maintain planning. I'm gonna grab you, and you. I'm gonna attack here, attack here. They're not even holding all their tiles, so. Ooh. Are you not going? There we go. Okay. All right, so that was a very quick battle, unfortunately. It's being very buggy right now. Okay. And if they're not going to hold tiles like this, like... You know. Okay, so I wanted to show you what the cast damage looked like. So we're fighting here. We're doing like 5 org damage. This is one of the ways that people do take damage or remove damage from them. Yeah, and then of course I was worried about bombing here, so we can. I'll put them on this. So see if we can catch them. It is a problem because with very low air, we don't have a lot of air detection. So, yeah, and we are getting bombed a little bit, but yeah, I don't think we've lost any trains, which is good. Yeah, and so essentially you just want to like exploit the gaps. It's very, very simple. Like I said, when you make good tanks, like they literally can outrun them. You can go around them if you want. Yeah, like already created a pocket. I've sort of raced with this. This is not a good idea to do that. Yeah, so if they move there, that's bad, but yep, there's another pocket. Let's take Danzig. He goes down. Just gonna do a little bit of micro here. So you can also do the lines. We could hit this here, and they'll do their thing. So again, double combat when you can see it. We got some new factories, which is good. Go up on this. Oh, again, so this is something I was talking about. Remember how I said we needed to turn off our trade? If we don't turn off the trade, well, it looks like they were just hitting our subs, which we could have forced them to go around. Without the DLCs, you don't have any things to block. But so just for the time being, turning this off and trading through Sweden's probably the best, and then just don't worry too much about it. Last 10. This isn't last stand. These are on garrison orders. This is the field marshal line, if you guys are interested in that. Yeah, it's frontline glitch. I'm just showing you the different ways the player might want to use their lines. A little bit of an exploit, but all the official tournaments let people do it, so I don't see how it's that bad, you know. All right, so Poland's going to be pretty close to being capped. I think we just need Gdynia, Poznan, and maybe one of these ones here. I might just snake to them. Okay, so I'm going to continue down our air focus because we're getting a lot of air XP. Or, sorry, our air doctrine because we're getting a lot of air XP. And we are making favorable exchanges, even though these are not very good fighters. I will move the fighters over once we cap Poland. Which... Seriously? I'm surprised they could in circles there, so... Surprised they don't do that. Alright, we just need one more VP essentially, and then they'll cap. Yeah. Oh. Alright, you need a double combat here. See if we can get this. Probably get it right here, and that'll be Poland capped. And then we'll move our units over. And 2, 1, capped. Okay. Yeah, so nations surrender always on 24th, like at midnight, rather. Okay, so I'll bring you guys over here, over here, over here. We don't quite have that war goal yet, but that's fine. We want to move some of the units over. I'm going to pull off 24 off this field marshal line, and I'm going to put them on garrison orders. So we'll mostly need them just on this side, but the UK can naval invade over here. It's if they can get a supremacy here, they'll be able to naval invade through Denmark when we attack them. But yeah, I'm going to do general lines for this one. So we're going to do 24 on Netherlands, and then just do a fallback line for this area here, just so we can get some on. Okay, why is it? Do a fallback line right here, just so we can get them on both Luxembourg and that, and then we'll have these guys. I don't want to oversupply or stack our or overstack our supply, but from here, and make you guys okay. And you're staying on that French line, and then for as far as our air goes, we want to move. We want to move our air over, so I'm going to put 800 here. And eventually what they'll do is they'll pull their air down in this region. So we've got full coverage, very low efficiency for some reason. Because of the range, I guess. This one's here. Oh, it's very low because I just moved them. So do one here. This will go up in a second. Got lots of research. Got maintenance. Make sure they're on. Replace recon with maintenance. Okay. Our tanks are moving. That's good. I'm gonna train them just for a day so that they get that the regular status. Okay. So now we're starting to intercept a lot of them. Okay. And so you see we got an ace pilot there promoted, so. Okay, so partitioning of Poland, this is an important event. So if you don't want the Soviets to attack you, you want to agree to this. And so they take the half of this. So they take, you know, that bit of Poland. If you want to, you know, see if you can hold it, you can not do that, but that's very important for the non-aggression pact. Okay, so we want to start getting this up. This is not worth having there, so I'm just going to pull you out. We want to make sure that our fighters are covering the full range, or like nearly covering it. I built the airports here because we're going to fight in the Benelux. And that's where we're going to do most of our air exchanges. You see the numbers are starting to change, get a little bit more positive. No. Okay. And we can assign, sometimes we'll have aces that we can assign here by clicking this button. All right, so we bypassed War France. We got around the Maginot now. Okay, so these guys are starting to set up. And we should have had a front line here somewhere. Thought I set some up, but yeah, okay. So next, this one might be good here. Again, I gotta stop doing that. We don't want that. This one here, it's important to read these. Sometimes you get a war goal, sometimes they declare war. So this one here just gives us a war goal, which we want. Once we got the war goals, we can do the other ones. All right. Just waiting for our tanks to get there. We'll wait tanks, planning, and then we'll push into the Netherlands. Yeah. It is unfortunate that they actually have more planes than us right now. So I'm just going to pull them down. I'm going to pull them down. We'll get better efficiency over here in the Netherlands. And we'll just let them bomb us a little bit. Here, I'll put these on intercept. So we can kind of stop them, but we cannot challenge them right now. In fact, I'm just going to try to see if we can get a little bit more XP. Sorry about that. Okay, and so we can kind of address the things at the top. So it's annoying that they tell us this. Convoy rating, we're actually hitting some of the UK convoys. So see here. Yeah. So I'm just going to close off those. Decisions. We have some stuff that we can do for war goals, like war propaganda. That might be a good one. This one might be good to grab. Just want to keep that war. You want to keep both stability and war support above 50%. And we have some guys on that are not assigned. That's fine. Put them up. We're going to put them up here. And of course, we were getting bombed. So we're losing. They're hitting our airports. That's why that's hitting there. Okay. Maybe. All right, so we are taking quite a few of their planes. Okay, just a couple more days, our tank should be done. Okay, so there's that. That's done. I'm going to do staff office plan again. Okay, and that is our mechanized. So, won't switch to that just yet. So I wanted to show you that part there. So the hardness value has gone up quite a bit because we have a lot more, because the motorized hardness value has doubled. Okay, and we've gotten down further that on our doctrine that we've unlocked this stuff here. So I can do this, and yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm going to put our planes up. Everything into the Benelux. This will give us good efficiency because we're pretty much covering it all. And then, yeah, I'm gonna put one more here. Okay. So, and then another thing we can do here is we can do ground crews, and this will give us up to 10% extra efficiency. So we're hitting 100 regardless. They're hitting 100 as well, but when they put up planes, it should struggle for them a little bit. But yeah, I'm going to declare war. We're just going to do one at a time. So Netherlands first. I'll grab these guys. We can play with them or play. So you can probably literally click because you're going to melt through them. Yeah, look at how quick that is. Like, I gotta go down to to a slower speed to show you, but we are rolling them. Get a encirclement, double combat them. Cities have like a little bit of a terrain modifier similar to mountains, so they're not super great for tanks, but once you get infantry in, they do pretty well. Yeah, tanks are very good in this game. I'm surprised that like it takes people a long time to learn that. Like most people don't start using them till quite late. All right, so we way overbuilt on artillery because we needed to. I'm gonna go up on fighters just because we need to fight the allies. These factories would have been on fighters and we would have had more planes previous. Yeah. Okay, so Netherlands should cap here. Yeah. And then so we're gonna take this line here that we had on Netherlands, and we're gonna put them on the north of Belgium. And then right to the end of the country. And then same idea, we're just gonna go here, split here, split here. Bring them down. Okay, so again, we've got a little bit of supply issues, that's fine. And then in terms of our garrisons, so we had these guys on the thing. We wanna make sure we're creeping along with the port garrisons and that. So okay, so once the tanks get there, we'll do planning, and then hit Belgium. It'll be very quick again. We'll also take out Luxembourg at the same time. Okay. You know what? I forgot to hit the planning button, but I'm sure we won't need it. Okay. So here's our exchanges over the Benelux. So we are hitting them quite like our exchanges are quite good. We want to keep grinding them down. And then guns. We need new guns. So. Oh, here's a good example of when you're not producing anything. So because we have no tungsten, it's we're never getting any of these SBAs. So I'm gonna just plop them ahead. And then this will have the negative modifiers. Okay. All right, so we got the war goals. We want to integrate later once we get France, and then I wanted this for the puppets. Okay. So another thing that we want to do when we're taking out Belgium is that we want to keep going and push into France. So Belgium's capped, but we have a bit of an inertia, you know, and we want to maintain that. So we're going to take these guys here and try to rush to this line as quick as possible, so that France doesn't entrench, and then we can just push straight to Paris. So it's a bit of a blitz. We gotta hit them as fast as we can, kind of deal. And they're in the okay. And we want these to be super aggressive. Another thing here is you can actually execute your battle plans aggressively. That's that button there. And then we can also force them to redeploy. They're only a few tiles away, but I'm going to grab some of these guys here to show you. If you hit Control B or this button here, they'll railroad and they'll move quicker to the front line. So they lose org, but you move quicker to the front line. So just going to continue on with this. And then we're going to be switching our air up over to here. So 800 here, put 2 more there, and then here. I'm going to redo those orders. Move the 1,000 stack here, and then just try to get you on here. We also did that without casts, so I'm going to bring in the casts for here. So that should be a little bit better. Like I said, you want to just rush. get onto these force tiles before they can get there. It's Belgium capped, or not Belgium, Luxembourg capped. Okay. Alright, so we've already gotten Paris. They're going to be quite close. It's going to be... I think we need maybe this tile and then some of these ones up here. Well, the Paris, that's fine. Even if they encircle that, I'm not too worried. We just want to make sure we're getting into this pocket. Rush, rush, rush. And then once we take these cities here, they'll capitulate. So they're probably very close now. We got a nice little Dunkirk pocket. And again, so like you want to avoid having this red icon so that they're struggling for supply. Well, because they need Sedan and that. Just gonna rush down to Orleans. That's got to be it. Come on. All right. So that's France capped. So you have a couple of options. You can establish Vichy or you can take it all. I like to establish Vichy because it keeps their navy out of the way. But yeah. Okay. All right. So that's an interesting color, Vichy, because it's usually a different color, I think. Yeah. Anyways. So our faction's looking pretty good. We've sort of settled the West, dealt with the West. There's a couple things we could do now. We can do a naval invasion of the UK. So like a sea line invasion. And Denmark or Norway. So I think I'm going to set up for both of those. So we'll be going for like at least maybe another 15 minutes or so. Okay. So here's our garrison. So we want to first start with our garrison wall. Make sure we're moving that along the Atlantic, just in case the AI naval invades us. They're going to shuffle down. I'm going to take these guys here, move them to Wilhelmshaven, and I'm going to set up a naval invasion. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a tricky thing to show you. So we select a unit, we move them to a port. See how this is a port tile? Okay, and this is another thing I was talking about with Rudolf Hess. He goes to the UK. All right, so we want to click the naval invasion order button, left click the port of origin, and then right click where you want to naval invade. So I want to take this port here in Norway. Okay, so it's assigned all 10 divisions to this. So I'm going to do it again. So left click here and assign this. Now this has no divisions assigned to it. See how it's kind of, not completely colored in, sort of. Yeah. So I'm going to do it again to here. Okay. And so I'm going to hit enter. Now we've got three lines set up with 10 of them assigned to this, 0 to this, and then these two here are not assigned. So I'm going to pull these out so that we only have 10 units. I'm going to unassign these 10 units just to show you how to reassign them. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to put that here. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to put that here. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to control click here, just like we're assigning front lines, but on naval invasion orders. And then for the last one, I've selected this naval invasion order, origin port, right click destination, and then hit enter, or hit this naval invasion border again. So they're setting up now for a naval invasion of Norway. I'm going to bring a stack of units here and bring them up to Denmark. It's going to be a bit of an overkill, but they're going to continue on. These guys are going to set up for this. I'm just going to pull two tanks and put them up here. Another thing you can do is if you hit control, hold down control and hit 1, you'll save a shortcut. So now anytime I hit 1, it'll select these 2 units. So I've got those 2 going there. And then whatever this is, let's just finish this guy off. So we're going to put pressure on Yugoslavia. And then I'm going to sort out all the stuff at the top here. Okay, unfortunately, they're doing freight here. This is not good. I wish you could block it. It's doing it because of the supply here. Yeah, they're all trying to supply to the things because this is all being converted. So we're losing convoys, unfortunately, because I can't stop them. Yeah, and we do have that trade fix to do. So air missions, let's try to get them up here. Let's get them inland. Actually, you stay there, halt. Stay there and intercept. Move some air up here. I'm going to put all these guys on naval strike. Let's see if I can catch them in battles. Okay, so we're going to deal with the top here. So we've got no air missions on this guy. You can assign, that's fine. No no template for the SBA, that's fine. We're going to leave that for now. We've got doctrines we can do. Let's keep going right. Let's replace some of the convoys. Yeah, looks like we've got some trade issues we can fix. So let's do Portugal. I'll fix that. Decisions available. We can do radio propaganda. Sufficient ratio. This should fix it. Yep. Low manpower. So we should go up a manpower loss soon. And then it wants us to invite Italy. I'm not going to invite Italy. Just decline that. And then we can ignore these for now. We don't need paramount change. We don't need case Anton. Something interesting. You could declare war on Vichy and maybe get their navy. I don't know. I never do it, but there's an option there for you. All right, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do too much about the convoy escorts, convoy raids. This is just going to hurt us. Hopefully, we can get some planes in these battles, but yeah, we are getting some planes. So maybe I can catch them. We're just going to be losing convoys. Ooh, hello. Okay. All right, so that's going to take 21 days. I'll wait. Once the tanks get up there, I'll declare on them. I want to make sure we're keeping some of our guys back. Let's just slow down their bombing. But yeah, they will try to challenge us over the Med, or not the Med, the English Channel. So that's actually a good thing for us. Okay, and then just move a couple of tactical bombers for our campaigns up here. Okay. All right, so in the meantime, we're hitting their ships. So we're bombing their ships. They're trying to stop us. We can't really, just because we have better planes than them. You can see we're slowly catching their stuff. And then once our supply changes, once the supply routes in France change, they'll stop using this here. So I need these to convert. See how this is a little arrow to convert? Yeah, we need to convert these. So hopefully this will stop in a second. Okay. I'm going to motor. So here's another thing we can do. So for the motorization priority, so if you see this little button here, this will pull supply from further away from supply hubs. So we may be able to get just a little bit more supply in this area. So see how these ones are motorized? So they're actually reaching a little bit further. And so it's not like a complete always fix your supply button, but sometimes it's a fix your supply button. Okay. All right, we got tanks there. Let's declare war. I mean, we are overkilling for Denmark, but you know what? Better safe than sorry, right? Okay, another air thing to unlock. Yeah, look at these battles. Watch how fast this battle. So we declared at 1 a.m. like 4. It's gonna be less than a day. Oh, we've actually got too many in that tile. All right, there we go. Look at the stats. Good stats. Love it. Get in the battle. Yeah, like the tank gets into the battle, instantly done. Instantly done. So we're just gonna rush the VPs. See how fast I can go. I can just outrun their supply. I'm gonna get to their north port before them. And then, yeah, even though we're hitting into a city, doesn't matter. All right, we just need to get Copenhagen, and that should be Denmark capped. Okay. So, is this done? So we got 5 more days. It does take a bit to prepare naval invasions. That's why I split them up so that it does speed it up. But once we've hit Norway, we'll see if we can try to get across to the channel. And yeah, we are slowly grinding down the UK air. I'm gonna halt them. I'm gonna try to get these guys on ports because we can have them reinforce Norway once that goes. Okay, so a couple more days. Okay, so that's a naval invasion order active. So in order to do a naval invasion order, you need 50% naval supremacy in a region. So you see here we've got 0%, and I won't actually be able to challenge that because the enemy has 6,000 minimum. So they probably got like 8 or 9,000 in there, and I've only got 5,000 friendly superiority. But I can go to Norway because they're not challenging me here. So we're gonna unleash this order. They'll kick off. Again, we need CAS for ground support or tactical bombers for the support. I'm going to move over some more, and I'm hoping that they don't have too much on the port. We want to grab the port before they get there. And another thing we can do is we can put this guy, instead of being on strike force, we can put them on naval invasion support, and they'll follow the infantry. Why aren't they going? Are they not going? What? Is it 2 zones? No. It'll say why it should be going. I don't know why. Thank you. Yeah. He said I forgot to declare war. But yeah, that gives me an opportunity to show you. So the naval the ship should go. Sorry, the ship should follow them out. So they'll follow them along, and if they get caught, yeah, see how there's a battle here. These subs are the Norwegian subs are trying to stop them. Yeah, I forgot to declare war there. Okay. And with enough CAS and ground attack, it looks like we're already hitting. So when you do naval invasions, you get a massive debuff. So you can build Marines to get rid of this, but we're just using standard infantry. And yeah, so your stats aren't super great. And then when we land, we're going to land without a port on each side. So see how we've landed here. These guys don't have a whole lot of supply, so you can reinforce this battle, which is good. Here, and I'm going to grab this one here. So you can see here they are reinforcing the battle, but they have a low supply, and as they fight, their low supply goes up. So our goal here is now to get it. When these guys get out of the battle, they'll land as well. So this will be kind of stuck, you know. Okay, so this is they're stuck there. I'm gonna attack from 3 directions. In fact, good time to use a support attack. Okay, well, they're done. All right, so this unit now has has landed. So we want to grab 10. I'm kind of scared to move my tanks across, but let's do it. No pain, no gain, right? Move a couple of these tanks across. I could put these guys on escort just for a second. Okay, and then we're just gonna snake and try to take tiles while we have a chance. If we can get this here. Yeah, as long as these tanks don't, you don't want them to get caught into a battle. It's very, very important to like escort them or do that naval invasion support when you're doing a naval invasion. Once they're across, that's fine. You can go back to strike force, but yeah. If they are hitting your supply a lot, you might want to escort, but we're good for now. Okay, so we're going to keep going. Going to bring the tanks in, just try to clear up the south. I don't think we're going to have much. Ooh, transfer rights in Sweden. Oh, so about the wounded. Interesting. Let's see what they say. That's one of the new base game events, so it's very cool. All right, so now that we've done a naval invasion of Norway, it's a good time to set up another one. So, pull off 12 again. No. So I'm grabbing the ones that have a little bit more experienced. And then this guy here is going to do a naval invasion. I'm going to just pick from Sherbrooke to Portsmouth. So we go here. Same idea, left click, right click. You have to hit it twice. So it's, you know, left click, right click. Click once to confirm. Click it again to set it. Left click, right click. It's just something you gotta learn. And then okay. And then I'll unassign. I like to unassign them. You can like manually click the extra step, but this way here, you're confirming that you're able to do it. So okay, I'm actually gonna split. So the way that I've got it set up is 2, 2, 3, 3, right at the bottom here. You're going to see here we don't actually have much supremacy. I do have a way to fix this, but we will deal with Norway now while this is being set up, and then move some of our tanks here. So I'm going to move half our tanks here, our tanks there, and then these guys were up here, and they were going here. Okay. And since we've got another port, I'm going to start bringing these guys over. And yeah, that'll give us enough for Norway. Oops. Not that one, but this one. Okay. So one of the things we don't want to do is overstack our supply. Excellent. Keep pushing. Ooh, maybe I can get whatever this does. These are new events, so I haven't actually seen them as Germany. Okay. So we've got some more production to add in. Again, you want to build like in your core territory first. And then we can actually get some radar. So this is helpful. So this is actually a bug, what we're looking at here. So the way that you fix it is you need to just spam a bunch of building stuff. So I'm going to just do a bunch of AA. So see how that popped back up? And then I'll delete this AA. Oops. All right, there we go. Okay. And another thing I'm going to do, I'm a little worried about our fuel situation, so I will just buy a little bit from Iran. Just so that we're not losing too much. Okay. So just, it is a concern. Probably go a little bit quicker now. All right, so this is one of the moments where I'm gonna actually turn off the minor pop-ups just because we're gonna get a lot of aces. Because we are currently fighting here, grinding down the air of the allies, which we're doing quite well, so I'm impressed. All right, so our tanks are barely getting into battle, but come on, let's go. All right, yeah. Good stats mean fast battles. Okay. So here's something that is good for this. So we got that, and this unlocks some decisions. So we can make the Netherlands a puppet, and we can make Belgium a puppet. And when we get Norway, we can actually make Norway a puppet too. And when we make them a puppet, we don't have to garrison this land. So there's sort of a benefit to that too. And we did forfeit those or we didn't forfeit it, but our air moved. Okay, so once we get Oslo here, we'll get a little bit of supply. Yeah, they're in double combat. Got a doctrine available. You want to grab them as soon as you can. Don't let your air XP bank up too much when you're at war. Okay. All right. So here's an example of why we need naval supremacy, and I will show you how to get that once we sort this out. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move these tanks out of Norway now. Where's the other guy? Yeah, so they're moving a little too slow for my liking. But we'll finish up with the infantry. Okay, so they should make their way back. All right, so you're seeing it. You're seeing the solution that I have. So what we need to do is we need to take this guy here, add our supremacy, and boom. Okay, so because we've been actually bombing their ships, they don't have their full navy there. So this gives us supremacy. I'm gonna save it right here. So between part 1 and part 2, I'm gonna show you a Sealion version, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna not do Sealion, and I'll show you what a barb with an alive UK looks like for next time. Okay, so we're gonna launch this naval invasion, see if we can get it across. It looks like we do have supremacy still. We want to grab our tactical bombers that we had for CAS, and our actual CAS that we have for CAS, and get them up onto here. Okay, so we did get caught. That is unfortunate. So you see here we did get caught by some units, but it looks like we might get across. So this is a pretty risky invasion because they have a superior navy, and we got the port. All right. So the key now is just to spread out. We're going to try to get our tanks across. And hopefully we don't actually encounter their main navy. We're getting naval invaded in... Oh, Vichy's in the war. Huh. Okay, well, that's not a problem. We'll sort these out. Okay. So the tanks are coming across. We want to attack, widen this up. want to spread our units out as much as possible and not keep them on the beach. You want to get a good beachhead. Like just further, far as you can get across, right? And then the next thing that we can do. So where are you guys? I have some units here in reserve. Where are you guys? All right. Let's try to get you across, and then I'm gonna move you closer to northern France. Okay. So these guys are getting org. Oh. Again, we will put them back on our field marshal line. So you guys are in Norway. I'll put you over here. You guys are on our field marshal, that's fine. You guys are in Norway. Okay, so these guys will bring more units over. Do this. Delete this line here. Just to reorganize things. That. Not you, but you. You're coming over. That's that. And the UK will capitulate pretty quickly. They don't actually have much to resist us. We've got complete green air because we've shredded it. Yeah. It's going to be all she wrote here in a second. And I'm very much easily overrunning them. Okay, so this is actually a new event for me. So Sweden allows access for telegraph lines. Excellent. Oh, I wonder what this is. Military access. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that Super League. Just, it's unfortunate. Some mods are slow. It's just the way they are. Yeah, turn up to 5 speed. Okay. So again, we're just snaking. Kind of outright racing our units. And we are almost done here, guys. Just gonna keep going with our research. All right. And so essentially, if we snake up to Edinburgh, they will capitulate, sort of like Edinburgh, Glasgow. We'll get the last couple of VPs on these side. Oh. Okay. So this will be, I'll do the peace deal, and then this will be the end of part 1. When we come back with part 2, I'm going to be at the point where before we did the naval invasion. I just wanted to show you guys how to cap the allies early. Maybe you don't want to do that. You want to play more of a historical game. I'll give you some tips for the peace conference. So because you're Germany and you got, we didn't call in our allies earlier, we have most of the points. So Vichy will get some of the points. I don't know why they got called in. I think that's just something to do with the no DLC thing. But yeah, so we can actually probably bully France out. So you want to get as many points during the war in terms of like doing damage, taking out the air. Yeah, so I'm going to do some annexations. So I'm going to take Luxembourg, we're going to take Alsace, I'm going to take all of Denmark and Sweden. So you can click the provinces like this, or you can go into this here and hit select all. Okay, so we're getting all of Denmark, all of Norway. I'm going to puppet the UK. let's see how this goes. We'll puppet the mainland. Okay, I'm just going to puppet Britain like that. We can come down here. Let's puppet Canada, or satellite Canada, as it says. Satellite Australia. Okay, so we've run out of points there. So we can't quite do Australia. Let's do New Zealand. Let's do South Africa, which is Raj. Raj is quite expensive. Let's puppet Iceland. Yeah, let's just, Czechoslovakia, which is Zawi, whatever this is. You can actually annex this. And let's take the rest of Poland. And let's see for that for a turn. So Vichy's going to actually demand some stuff. They want Alsace-Lorraine. I'm not going to let them have that. So for the most part, I'm going to grab all of the remaining British territories, like as the colonies. Let's grab the rest of the Belgian colonies. Let's grab Netherlands, leave Australia. And then we can puppet these here. So let's do... So it looks like we actually can't puppet all of India. So every turn that we go, for the first 5 turns, we actually get points. So we can actually do that next time. Yeah, so I should explain this a little bit better. This is take states. We can liberate, which just makes them free, but they're not part of our faction. Puppets, they owe us resources. We kind of own them, or you can change governments. There are more options if you have more DLCs. Yeah, so let's puppet them. And start taking some of the French states here. All right, see what that looks like. Okay, so I'm also going to take some of northern France just because I don't like Vichy. It bothers me that they got points. All right, Tonkin, Laos, Cameroon. Okay. We want to puppet British Malaya. And then I'll try to puppet as much as I can here of India. So I'm just going to do this manually just to try to prevent border gore. Yeah. Commands, select all. Keep puppeting. Okay, so that's the rest of that puppeted. Okay, and I think I can bully them at this point. Yeah. One thing that is unfortunate, I don't know what DLC it is, but one of the DLCs gives you the option to take their navy. So it would have been nice to get the UK Navy. It's one of the reasons why I puppeted them, though, is you can puppet them and then you can reduce their autonomy and annex them, I think. I'm going to double check that right now. But yeah, so we finished the conference. We've still got a little bit of extra store. It's going to cause a lot of world tension, so a lot of countries are not going to like us. But let's exit this. Yeah, so you can see now we're quite powerful. That's what the world looks like. It's 1940. I did take Northern Ireland, and here you go, bud. For the people in chat watching this live, you know exactly what I'm doing. I think. There it is. There you go, guys. But yeah, so you keep them as a puppet, and yeah, so it doesn't look like you can do this, unfortunately. One of the DLCs lets you annex your puppets, but yeah, without it, it is a little unfortunate that like a good portion of the mechanics are behind like the DLC system. If you don't have them and you want to try them, a good thing to do would be to check out the subscription service. I think it's only $5 a month, and it'll give you the option to like try before you buy. Otherwise, I'd wait for them to be on sale, like during the summer and winter betas, or summer and winter sales. They tend to go on sale for sometimes 50%, sometimes 75%. Usually not the newest one, but yeah. We'll return to that last save point in in the other part 2 on another day. Hopefully this has been helpful for you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. You can always ask in the comments here. I'll see the comment ping, or on Discord. We've got a community that's quite friendly for new players. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we covered everything. We've spent a long time. It's nearly 5 hours and I'm losing my voice. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to check out my other tutorial videos. They're scripted, very to the point, very short. They're only a minute long